Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐿 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 3. Breathe. Please, Izuku, breathe. Breathe. Inhale, exhale. 5. I'm talking to you, 𝐒𝐽𝐽. That's not my name. 1. He laughs. Laughing isn't good. No good at all. 2. Oh, I'm sorry, you useless shitty 𝐒𝐽𝐽, turn your thing head when I talk to you. 3. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, please, not today. 10. I close my eyes. As much as I want to run away, I know it'd just make everything 100 times worse. Not today. I feel him close. He's close behind me, about to be here. I didn't know today was please the useless day. 6. He touches my shoulder. My being fills with chills. 3. No, not chills. I know it's fear, panic, horror. 1. But forcing my head to think it's just chills makes me handle it better. His mouth comes close to my ear, I feel his breath hit my skin. My knees won't last that long, I want to throw up, and it is just getting started. I want him to go away, I want him to leave me alone. 𝐂𝐻𝐿, I want to go home, please leave it today. Let me think about it, that tone isn't good. No, I already know what's next. How about, we play for a little while? Who knows, your heat should be here soon, isn't it? 2. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, I told you the doctor said F the doctor. I don't give a SHT, why can't you understand? My breathing gets out of control. I feel tears sting my eyes. Please, not today. You know you're a useless 𝐒𝐽𝐽, whispers, hand moving up to my neck, keeping me totally still. And you also know I am an alpha. I don't need a thing checkup to reveal your gender. I know what you are and what I am. His other hand grabs my hair, pulls on it. My head moves back, my scalp hurts, my neck hurts, anxiety's traveling all along my body for not knowing what he'd want to do to me today. After all, murmurs, his teeth sinking into my shoulder. It'll only be enough for me to go into rut and you in heat to discover it. 21. I can't breathe. And trust me, I know it'll be soon. I can't breathe, I try to take his hand off my neck, but inside me, I know he's just right. I know what I am. I know what he is. There's no way to deny it. Hey, cats dash. Do you think need something? I look at the body has just entered the lonely classroom. I'm begging him with my eyes to help me. I'm begging to please get me out of here. Even though I know it's not gonna happen. Not while 𝐭𝐻𝐿 is in the same room. No, Katsuki, I was wondering if you'd join us today to no. Business to attend. Close the door after you leave. Yes, I'll go right away and he stops. He stopped. Oh God, yes, he stopped. Take me out, I beg you, help, Katsuki, are you? Close the door. No. No. Please don't leave me here. Yes. Sorry, Katsuki. Why? Why are you apologizing to him? If the one he's about to kick, hit and punch is me. 𝐭𝐻𝐿. You better shut up. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, I beg you shut the F up, 𝐒𝐽𝐽. He yells. It makes my body immediately shrink. 6. It already started. Today's torture has already started. 15. Katsuki, hey, Bakugo. I almost want to roll my eyes, but he's so annoying when I do that to his face. Thing PP. The hell you want, shitty hair? You're coming today, right? Where to? My house, dude. I told you ages ago about my party. Sure, whatever. What time? 8. Be sure to take something to get wasted, yeah. He says, walking backwards. You better show up at time. You don't know when you'll have time to use your PP after we enter college. 4. Yeah, whatever. 8. No more no less. 10. 9. I'll think about it. He laughs and turns around. puts his hand up and ends with "That's a yes" in Alpha's words. Now, I do roll my eyes. I hate this bstrd. He annoys me, says me off like nobody else. But Diamond, he's the only one who have known how to keep his head up in front of me for being almost as DMNT as me. Nothing earns an alpha's respect more than another not lowering their head. And actually, it really seems like a good idea. I've wanted a hell of a lot to get but wasted at a party. Since that entrance exam to that university, I haven't even had time to touch my PP without having a lesson in my head. But not anymore. I got in, the only thing that matters now is to have my college degree. You finally show up, you DMN brat. Was hungry, what way cooked for me? The hack PPS and eyebrow, huffing in amusement. Cooked for you. I see your hands quite functional. Everything's there, if you wanna eat, you know pretty well how to do it yourself. One, for God's sake, hag, can't you do something nice for me once in a while? I cleaned your butt for years, I already did my duty as a mother. For I snort in amusement, but she doesn't even let me speak when she says. Besides, you won't always have your mother doing things for you, much less now you're leaving to go to college. What about it, by the way? When you move out? 3. I got the info today, I'm leaving in 2 weeks. Thank God, 'cause I was sick of you. 15. I let out a laugh, shut your mouth, you old hag. My presence gives you pure collagen for your old face. I'm an alpha, I don't need collagen, impertinent. No collagen, but what about but ouch. Respect me, you're still in my house. I roll my eyes as I rub the back of my head from the holy blow she gave me. Whatever you say. Hey, by the way, I'll be back home late today. What? Why? Shitty hair's party. Oh, Kirishima. Sure, okay, I give you permission to go. 1. I didn't ask your permission. 1. Well, you should. I snort in amusement again, then walking to my room. Yeah, sure, I'll go see what stuff I can take for the suitcase. What time you'll be leaving? Dunno. Around 9-inch. Good. Eat before you go and dash, I'm not wearing a sweater. You're not going, then. 5. We'll see who wins. We'll see who gives you your car keys, you DMN brat. I let out a laugh, shaking my head but not arguing back. I go to my room, close behind, and start to see what SHT I can take. I know I should be excited about starting college, but I don't know, it doesn't seem relevant to me the fact high school is just over. It is. Quite strange, actually. It just seems like I just got out of middle school yesterday. I don't know. I feel like I'm still the same FR. And somehow, that makes me think there hasn't been any relevant change in my life, not even now that I'm in college. 6. I walk to the closet and start pulling the shirts off the hangers to throw them on the bed. I'll take the ones that make me look better. The bigger I look, the less annoying people come up to talk to me. The hell was that? My feet move. They go straight to the window. I press my forehead against the glass and, after growling for being such a JRK, I open the window, trying to see that fluffy hair just passed by. He barely takes 2 steps, and then disappears around the corner. Was it Deku? No. Don't think so. I sniff with as much cavity as my lungs have, trying in the slightest to find his scent, even though I don't even think I can recognize out of how far away he seems to be. I can't find anything. Even though I could recognize that scent anywhere, I just don't smell anything. He left long time ago. There's no way he'd return. There's no way he'd be back. Hey, hag. I run quickly to the door, open it and look for the grumpy, watching her turn from the stove to say, "What's up?" The Midoriyas are back. Here. Inko and Izuku. I don't know, why. I just think I saw Deku. I don't know. But don't think so, honey. Inko would already come by to say hi. I do, a grimace later, thinking about it. In any case, why would he be back? With that fancy high school he went to, he'd have opened doors to any college, there'd be no point in him coming back here to attend 1-inch. Yeah, maybe I saw wrong, maybe was that. Okay. I go back to my room. I sit on the bed and think about it. I never had time to talk to him because of what happened that day. No, not time. He never let me do so. He just left and didn't let me explain. 22 I don't know. All that has been bother me many times since back then. I thought over time the bitter taste on my tongue would just go away, but then I realized it would just drive me crazier. I used to thought I saw him everywhere. I felt he was all the people I saw. I believed he'd be in any corner ready to cut my ball with a knife in a single second of weakness. 13 but he just left. He left, and I think it's so much better that way. Oh God, it smells like a Demon Tea Alphas here. Is that my FR? Girls, boys and all the others, close that legs. I smirk full of ego, roll my eyes and just go with my BSs to break their backs with a slapping greeting. You're finally here, you F0 snaps, you have to see the gem I got you today. I told you I'm not trying Kane. 2 He lets out a laugh, but then immediately pouts. Thank God I got 2 options. Pretty good, by the way, Kirishima says, nodding. Take it out. Zero grins big and full of pure evil, turns around and back with a bottle in hand, moving as if it were a rocket. I frown, grin and snatch the bottle from his hands, looking at it. Tequila. 5 The best tequila your tongue will ever taste. I snort in amusement, looking closely. Shitty hair squeezes my shoulder, looks at me with eyes that definitely say he already had a drink of this essence, and says with a single shot you will get totally fed up. The good thing here is my papi got us the complete set. As soon as I stop feeling my legs, one snow sniff and good as new. There's no lose here. Come on, drink, you have nothing to be afraid of. I snort, rolling my eyes. Who said I was scared? And so, I open the bottle, tilt my head back and let the stream fall straight on my tongue, taking enough so every idiot who sees me can know a foreign liquid can ***k my butt. That's it. Everybody shouts, making a fuss in all the whole house of this BST literally full as hell. Bakugo's here. This SHT's gonna bust. I down the liquid in one gulp, making a sound that this SHT is called hard liquor for a reason, and blurt out, does anybody have a thing problem? 'Cause I have an urge to smash the face of whoever daring to look at me without a head down. Did you hear, you dimmin extras? Everyone shouts, remembering how easy it is to control every bug just because it's me. I love this. I thing love it. Get off, come on, cats dash Bakugo I correct. Oh, says the chick, playing with a lock of hair on her finger. Sure, Bakugo, sorry. Are you sure you don't want us to go up? A hero wouldn't mind if we dash, no, he wouldn't mind if I do whatever the hell I want, but it's not the case with you, because even though he doesn't even know you, you're calling him by his first name. Get the F off, I won't say it again. The chick then starts to move uncomfortably, taking a step back, looking for someone, I guess her friends. If she even has one cause. God, she's so annoying for real. What a mood, she murmurs. She mutters under her breath, but what a bad luck for her to have forgotten for a single second who she's with now. What a mood. I repeat, taking a step forward. Listen, I don't have to be in a good or bad mood to FA slot, but you're clearly not even that lucky. 2W what? What you heard I say, letting out the very, and I mean very light amount of my pheromones. You don't know when a guy doesn't wanna F you or what? H here. I almost wanna laugh at how weak she is, lowering the head with just the slightest scent, even though she's a shitty beater. Even a PP Omega would last longer. Pathetic. If you can't control spreading your legs, you can tie them up, right? Why yes. Sorry, cats dash, Bakugo. I'm sorry, Bakugo, I apologize, I'll leave immediately. I don't know what the hell you're waiting for. Oh, yes. Yes, sorry. And with this, she runs off like an insect running away of the repellent. I huff in amusement, roll my eyes, and then go for the beer I meant to have when I came here. For as soon as I turn to go back with my pack, I freeze. That hair again. I saw it, I know I saw it. I run, fast, searching, trying to sniff, but it's just impossible with so many DMN smells in here. Still, I keep looking for him. I search like a Crazy among all the people, but he's just gone. I can't find a 𝐻𝐻, and I almost want to take out all my pheromones, subdue every stupid bug in here until I see that hair again and make sure I'm not going crazy. Hey, Bakugo. I take a necessary breath, turn to where the voice comes from, and then shout to the red-headed BSC, the F you want now? Come here, I want to show you this hottie I just met. I sigh, not believing this SHT again. I take one last look, totally useless to find something, and then walk over to the BSTD. Hey, I say, nodding at the boy under shitty hair's arm while I take a sip of beer, totally and utterly disinterested. Hi. He snaps, too smiling and cheerful for my liking. I'm Kaminari, you must be Bakugo, right? Nine, I say, nodding. I am. What's with you? A beta or what? He shakes his head. 𝐒𝐽𝐫. Okay, that's one I wasn't expecting. 𝐒𝐽𝐫. I repeat, deeply frowning. You don't smell like a slot. He lets out a full, loud laugh. Somehow he annoys even more. Well, that's because I don't want to smell like a slot today. What the hell? Wanna smell? He asks. So real doesn't even look like it. I'm lost. I don't understand a DMN. I guess so. He tilts his neck, and in that very moment, the scent hits me. Vanilla and strawberries. Just a single sec, and then stopped smelling. The F, he giggles, and the other red-haired BSM makes it a heck of a lot louder. Isn't that amazing? I'm not understanding SHT. The blonde guy lets out one more giggle, and then explains I was in an 𝐒𝐽𝐫 school, they taught us to dash wait I blurt out. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 school, he said. Excuse me. What school? What school I went to? Yes, the name, what school was it? Oh, it's 𝐒𝐿. It's that one. It's that one, Deku went there. Did you? Well, I know someone who went there too, the name's Deku, did you hear of him? 9𝐿 thinks about it, and slowly shakes his head. Deku, no. I didn't knew anyone with that name. We were plenty of people there, so. 4𝐿, yeah, sure, I thought, you know. Is he your friend? Definitely not. Yeah, something like that. I guess it must have been hard, the school is super far away. Yeah, I agree, nodding. What are you doing here, then? Shitty hair asks, pulling him closer to him. Look at that shitty BSTRD. Gets me buttes and then keeps them for himself. In town or at your party? Asks the blonde, too firm and smiling to be an 𝐒𝐽𝐫 having an alpha like Kirishima. SHT, that's so weird. He laughs. Both. Oh, well, we just graduated from that hell, so a friend and I decided to apply to the university in this city. Due to the prestige of the school, it was literally a piece of cake, but we both wanted to study here cause it's our home. That hell. And how did you get to my house? I mean, thank heavens cause I got to know such a hottie, but how you found this party, here? He laughs a bit again, it was, literally a coincidence. We were passing by and heard the noise. Shrugs. We literally seep here. Kirishima lets out a loud laugh, shaking his head and watching the noticeably shorter man, not believing his ball. Yeah. And why you decided so? 2, he shrugs again. Someone to take care of your street but is always good, don't you think? The smile on this BSTRD face couldn't be bigger, and just when I know he's gonna say a nasty SHT, the guy pulls away from him, takes out his phone and says, oh, excuse me, it's my baby, and leaves, covering his other ear to listen. I totally frown, and I don't know which one is deeper, shitty hairs, or mine. He, literally left 2 alphas waiting. He says, incredulous. That BST has some guts, I nod, letting out such an ironic chuckle. I can't believe it. Says, as if he's just realizing something. What? I smelled him. I frown. I smelled him. Yeah, me too, vanilla and dash yes, he interrupts, nodding, and then letting out a DMN laugh, like it's the most amazing thing in the world. I bumped into him, he saw me for a sec, and then I smelled him. As soon as I knew he was an 𝐒𝐽𝐫, I chatted with him. Aha, So what? Man, he can literally do his scent out or not. He knew I was an alpha and let me smell him so I could know he's an omega. And so, I get it. I let out a laugh, not believing it. He chose you as PP on cell ready to serve. He lets out a full laugh, not believing it either. And that's not all he says. I mean, he said his baby just called him. You think he has a mate? I narrow my eyes, thinking about it, searching for the guy with my eyes, finding him still talking on the other end of the phone and letting out some laughs. I don't know, shitty hair, but that guy is too interesting and dangerous to be real. The lottery raffled and one snaps, rubbing his hands maliciously. If I don't F him I swear I'll get rid of my title as alpha. I raise an eyebrow, crossing my arms and looking at him, incredulous as hell. Isn't that but supposed to be for me? You introduced me, 𝐒𝐽. He lets out a chuckle. No way, bud, I just wanted to show you off my butt of the night. I've known you for 3 years, blondes are not your thing, you narcissistic piece of 𝐒𝐻. 6 I let out a full-out laugh, slapping him on the DMN shoulder, making him laugh and punch me back. However, before we can get the SHT completely out of us, the bud arrives, smiling and saying, sorry, guys, I'm leaving now. My baby can't with his but anymore and wanna go home, I don't wanna leave him alone. Your boyfriend? Shitty hair asks. Kaminari guy laughs, shaking his head. The guy I snuck into your house with. I lost him a while ago, he surely fed in one of your rooms. If your sheets smell like cinnamon and mint then he probably cinnamon and mint. I interrupt, right DMN away. He nods. Best smell in the whole school. The son of a beach fed all the good teachers just because of that his name. What's his name? Excuse me. His DMN name, what is it? Dude, chill, I won't tell you 𝐴. She stops, his eyes fill with anger. Are you threatening me? He tells me, totally firm. 3 His head is totally high and firm. His head is up, without the slightest hint of SBMSN to my pheromones. What the hell? No, it's okay. Shitty hair stops, taking the BSD's shoulder with one hand and mine with the other one. Sometimes they get out of control when he's upset, he's not trying to subdue you or anything. And the guy laughs. Yeah, whatever, he can keep trying. He sure ends up with more shitty alphas before me. What the I start, but his hand stops me completely when he puts it in front of my face, his phone in hand and answering the call. And when he says his name, absolutely everything burns. Izuku. He starts to walk away. I want him back, I wanna listen, I want to know if it's him but stupid Kirishima has his stupid arm in front of me, stopping me from following him when he keeps walking away. Bro, the hell is wrong with you? Get your arm off me, Kirishima. He frowns even deeper, and even though he's genuinely surprised I called him by his name, he never weakens his body to let me go. No, man, you need to chill. What the hell was that? He wasn't doing anything wrong and all of a sudden you released a shitload of pheromones, the hell, man. I try to see the guy, still on the phone. He turns his head for a sec, sees us, travel his eyes up and down at us, and stays on the call, literally giving a F about what we do or not. I need to know if he's here. Here. He does, confused. Who? Deku. A friend. I roll my eyes. No, it's I search, but there just isn't even a word to describe what we are. An omega I know and haven't seen for a while. Well, bro, just starts, but soon stops. We both see the exactly same thing. 𝐒𝐿 comes towards us, but Kaminari guy stops him, asking something. He nods and points to the door. The blonde sees us for a second and whispers something in his ear. 𝐒𝐿 nods and takes out his phone, hands it and waits a few seconds for him to type something. In the end, the blonde travels a hand without any shame over the black-haired man's abs, winks at him, and leaves. He leaves, just like that. I don't understand. I don't get it, don't get it, don't get it. The hell, Hunter? Kirishima snaps, pouting, watching the blonde until he's out of sight in the crowd. That was my butt of the night, man. The other BSTRD grins, taking his phone out and nodding. Yeah, I know, he told me so. Here, he left you his number. His eyes light up, making a noisy celebration shout, even everyone turns to look at us. I still have the title, Mothafs. Kirishima takes out his phone and starts to copy, however, halfway, freezes, looks at Hanta, and asks, did you know him? The blonde one. Yeah, he spoke to you like he scared you before or something. No. He does and laughs, shaking his head. Nah, I just chatted with him and the other Omega for a while. The other one actually scared me. Man, the best Omega that has ever existed, I've never had a better BLWJB than tonight. 3 What the hell he just said? Did you F with the other Omega? I snap, grabbing his stupid shirt, pulling him close to my DMN face. How was he? How he smelled like? God, man, chill. What's your deal? Dude, Kirishima says, trying to pull me away. What the hell is wrong with you today? How the F he looked like? I repeat. Zero immediately covers his nose, cause even though his DMNT2 can't stand my scent. Chill, damn it. Bakugo, man, you're making a show. Kirishima speaks, feeling how much more force he puts into his arms to pull me apart. I don't care, get off, Kirishima, I'm not saying this again. And even though he doesn't DMN move, I see the other BSTRD again. Name. The name of that Omega, now. Jeez, Bakugo, I can't remember with your stupid scent, what did he smell like? I don't know, cinnamon. How he looked like? His skinny and black hair. I frown, confused but still DMN mad. With green. I don't know, men, it was dark, stop the pheromones, damn it. I huff, letting him go, taking a step back. Did the blonde ask you for him? Where they went? He just asked me where the front door was. I growl, stupid idiot doesn't know how to give clear answers. I immediately walk to the exit, pushing whoever the hell is in the way until I get there. The air hits like crazy as soon as I step out, all the alcohol goes to my head and my dizzy brain makes me hold on to something. I shake my head, but it's not a good idea. I stop for a second, trying to breathe to get this SHT down. As soon as everything's stable enough, I turn my head in all directions, looking for either of them. I'm going crazy. But I can't help this need to see him again. I just can't. People literally run away from me at the first realization of my pheromones. I can't even control them, I just want to see him with my own eyes. I narrow my eyes slightly, trying to see that tiny blonde that already walking far away. And when I realize there's another man with him, I don't even think before running. I run fast, even though I know I'll catch up in a blink. I'm an alpha, after all. Their silhouettes form shape, I know it's the blonde one, but I still haven't finished capturing the other one as Deku. Or, at least not the one I remember. My legs take long strides, the meters to reach them decrease, and, as soon as the blonde turns to look at me cause he feels me close, I slow down. The blonde looks at me with a lot of confusion, but the other doesn't even turn to look, even though they both have stopped walking. My chest rises and falls hard, and even so, I do know that's not the reason why I haven't said a single word. The guy Kaminari opens his mouth to say something to him, the other's hand stops him from saying a single word. His head spins slowly, very slowly to my uncontrolled inner alpha screaming like a maniac. I barely see his cheek, but as soon as I look all those freckles, I already know who that is. It's him. I open my mouth. But I don't say anything, cause I see him doing something else. Sniffs. Just once. A single inhalation. And then, his head comes back to the front. So when he calls me, Bakugo. Plus I can swear he never, ever, pronounced my name with more disgust in his entire life. Katsuki to Katsuki. Shampoo. One towel. Katsuki. Soap. Lotion. Katsuki. Toothbrush. Sandals. Katsuki. Pencils. MH. No, I have pencils already. I'm talking to you, brat. Here. For the love of God, son, what the hell is with you now? What? I mutter, checking the suitcase for the third time. What are you talking about? God, Katsuki, you've been all weird for the last 2 weeks. I don't think it's a good idea for you to leave now. I can call the principal to dash. No, I cut, closing my backpack. I'm fine. No, you're not fine. Ever since Kirishima's party you've been so out of yourself. I'm fine, hag. No, you're not. Talk to me, please. It's none of your business. I'm your mother, of course it is. There's nothing you can do anyway. I don't want to talk. Not today. Yeah, not today, not yesterday, not the day before yesterday. I know, find another excuse, says, and then sits on my bed, stopping my hands from finishing closing the last zipper. I look at her, and it bothers me so much. This woman can have so much DMN power over me to make me feel guilty for what I do. Talk to me, son. Please. I sigh. So big and full of surrender I'm even ashamed of myself. I sit on the bed, look at the floor and, without even wanting to open my demon mouth, I tell her, I saw him. She's silent for a sec, thinking. Who you saw? Deku. Oh, mutters, totally taken by surprise. Oh, well I didn't know they were back already. MH. Did you see him bad? Is that why you're like this? He said something. He didn't say anything. Anything at all after my name. Oh, well, do you want me to ask Inko if dash no? She sighs. I know I'm a pain in the butt, and yet she keeps trying to help me even though I didn't ask for it. So, she says, what happened? You saw him and he didn't recognize you. He knew it was me. And then he left. He just left. Oh, well, Katsuki, I don't know what to say. What actually surprises me is that he has you this bad. I mean, it's been years since you've. Well, talk. I know it was weird for you when he went to study far away, but you know it was the best for him. He was an Omega, after all. Entering that school was the best thing could have happened to him. Here. Well, I don't know, some alpha could have done something to him or -5, I would have killed anybody who tried to lay a hand on him. 15, she gasps, totally taken by surprise. Doesn't say more for a few seconds, sure she's thinking. I don't know, I don't want to see her. I sigh, stand up, and go back to finish my stuff. She doesn't say a word the entire time it takes me to carry my bags to the door, ready to get out of here. However, as soon as I take the last one, her hand stops me, taking mine, squeezing it and, waiting for me to look at her, asks, Katsuki, were you two together? I see her eyes. I don't know what's on her head, but the way she's looking at me kind of sizz me off. He's an Omega and I'm an Alpha. We're meant to be together. 3, her eyes move as she reads mine, in a really annoying silence. Katsuki, things don't work that way. That's how it works for me. No, stops, shaking her head, squeezing my hand. No, son, not like that. If he doesn't accept you, you can't force him to be in your life. 1, I want him, and that's how it'll be, no matter what. What are you saying? Omegas are not an object, son, you can't dash. 3, he learned his DMN nature long time ago, and that's how he behaved every day of his life with me. And now that he just goes off to a school full of DMN slots and comes back like he doesn't know his Fing place. Ignoring me like he was Fing superior to me. 2, what? Mutters, she's stunned, I don't know why. What are you saying, Katsuki? He's back, damn it. He came back, recognized me and said my name like it grossed him out. Me, the same Alpha who taught him his Fing place and role in this world of SE. Her eyes stay on me, looking at me like she doesn't know me at all. But then, a single inhalation of air makes her lower the head. I growl, taking her DMN hand off me, going back to my stuff. I pause for a single sec at the door, wondering whether to wait for her to say something else. But it takes me nothing, I don't want to hear anything right now. I just want to go. I take all my things, open the door and, as last, say goodbye to your Omega for me. 17, Todoroki, bro, shitty hair snaps, so loud I wanna put a demon potato in his demon mouth to stop that annoying yelling. You're here. What floor are you on? Come in, come in. 𝐬𝐸𝐵, what's up, says the 𝐵𝐻𝐻. I hear how they say hi with their fists, and then he goes to lie down at the sofa. Hey Bakugo, I heard you got the dorm together, was it really luck or did you do something to change it? 𝐬𝐸𝐵 laughs, throws himself on the bed and putting his hands behind his neck, says the girl that had the room distribution in the system was a beta, do the math. 𝐶HOT snorts in amusement. 𝐵 or F, meh, the first one would be enough but she had nice melons, so. 3 The 𝐵 lets out a laugh, then sighs. Well, when there's guns you can use them, can't you? Yes, man, starting with the right foot as always. Who you with? A guy named Ida. He wears glasses and looks kinda nerdy, but it's an alpha and seems to have guts enough to defend himself, so I'm not complaining. I'm 1 floor down. Man, we gotta make him part of the pack. 𝐂𝐸𝐵 and Tokoyami are 1 up. If we have control on 3 floors the entire faculty's gonna SEK our buttes every night we want. I thought the same. Are we starting today or what? SHT yeah. I was actually saying that to Bakugo, let's use this Saturday so we have all tomorrow time to recover our holy hangover. I'm in. Did you already see the Omega's building? Don't tell me there's enough to have a whole building. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 says, laughing derisively. The other BSTRD laughs too. They're barely out of home and think they have rights. I went to take a look, the building caretaker is a beta, do me the favor. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 lets out 1 more loud laugh. So we have free service. You think Omegas aren't happy with it either. For God's sake, who in the world doesn't like double FS? And laughs again. They literally have plenty of alphas to choose. Where I feel pity for is for the alphas, not having enough slots to F. It's quite clear who'll dominate here. Of course. Right, Bakugo. Snaps, knowing he's looking at me. I finish hanging up my shirts, slam the closet door shut and, with a smirk, say, did you even doubt it? Hey, he greets me back. Bakugo, right. I say, nodding. Are you 𝐶HOT's nerdy roommate? The guy adjusts his glasses, looks at Todoroki for a sec and says I guess. Are you coming in or what? Yeah, why not, shrugs, walking into our dorm. I got drinks and cigs. Fortune, that's what I was talking about. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 snaps, walking over to where the BSTRD left the bag, taking out the cigarettes. Cigs, here. You're not that nerdy. The Ida guy huffs in amusement, taking the lighter out of his brief's pocket and gives it to 𝐬𝐸𝐵. My DMN family lost some respect for a while for having genetic myopia, it's not that well seen among alphas. But I just gotta be more DMNT to make known my place. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 hugely grins at him, knowing then he doesn't need more to know, the BSTRD's well educated. That's what I'm talking about. 4 Eyes huffs in amusement, but leaves that topic aside when he says, by the way, we left the message to the guys on the floor and to the ones we saw out, this SHT sure blows in no more than half an hour. Especially cause the West building's also joining us, says 𝐶HOT, uncorking a beer and taking a sip. I have some buttes in college, they said they'd spread the word to come over. For 𝐬𝐸𝐵 smiles even bigger, watching me and, before making that victory shout, Hunter and Tokoyami walk in, with more bags and celebration yells as Hunter snaps, your bosses are here, you bunch of crazy PPS. We all let out a DMN laugh, rolling our eyes and letting them start the party as soon as these 2 got here. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 introduces the newbie to the original pack, starting a banal talk for when 1 more guy arrives with a speaker of the size of my PP, that is, huge. But before everything fires up, I use the moment with no noise blowing my ears, to say hey, 𝐂𝐸𝐵. What's up, sweetie? I snort, amused, rolling my eyes. Just, DMN, what happened at Shitty Hair's party was a SHT. I know you hate my scent, I went too far. He makes a complete nonchalance gesture, gives a puff to his joint, and says PP bros to death, baby. I laugh, roll my eyes, and take a sip of the wonder of the alcohol. Alphas are only nice with our owns. An Omega won't take that away from us. Not even my own Omega. 17, what are you supposed to do here? I ask the little slot below me, the guy rubbing one of his arms, supposedly nervous. Like, my career. MHM. Oh, economics. MH, I do, nodding. You have a rich family or what? What do you? Yeah, why else would you be in college? You should be at home looking for an alpha, but here you are. 2W what? I roll my eyes. It says me off they want to look thing revolutionaries when we all know an omega will never be someone in life if a single BSA bites their neck. You don't know how to talk or what? Do I repeat it for you? I say, annoyed, getting dangerously close to his face, his eyes scared, and I can't like that more. Well, let's see if you get it better. What's a slot like you doing in college if you're not looking for an alpha to stick their PP up your butt? I'm not here to, I just want one. Let's go then, my bed is right here. No, I don't I'm not gonna beg you, you know. You're not even that good anyway. 2 sorry, I just I roll my eyes, I get off from his space and totally bored, turn around. Next time I see you, I assure you'll beg me in 4 to F you, little Essie. 3 it says me off they want to play the DMN interestings. 1 minute ago when he had more omegas around they didn't stop laughing and watching all the alphas around, and now that he has one in front, he's playing the hard to get. As if I couldn't choose whoever the hell I want. Plus, he smelled horrible, who the F smells that sweet? Hey, you I call, flopping onto the couch next to Hunter, watching him smoke more weed and throwing his head back, totally relaxed. Aren't you fing today or what? Nah, he says. I can't with my PP anymore, I've been fing like a were in heat all the week. I just wanna chill today and see what life has in store for me. So you mean like an astral travel or an alcoholic congestion, I say, looking at all his empty beer garbage on the table. Dude, I really don't know how the hell you can drink that much. Years of practice, honey. You know I can stand until dawn. I huff, amused, shaking my head in fake disapproval, 'cause of course I know this dumb has no top, and I couldn't be prouder of this man for it. Where's shitty hair and icy hot? I ask, looking around for them. Kirishima's fing, and Todoroki went for more drinks, he said he wouldn't be long. Now who the hell is he fing with? To be honest I didn't see, I just know it's a blonde one. I let out a laugh, shaking my head. That man really has a thing for blondes. He chuckles, nodding. Man? Yes, I swear if you weren't a top alpha, he'd have already F-even you. I snort, nodding cause yeah, I don't doubt that. He better not dare to touch my PP cause I'll tear his hand right away. He laughs more, nodding his head still looking up the ceiling. I'd like to see that though. He touching my PP or me tearing his hand? He grins, turns his head to see me and, with an eyebrow mockingly raised, says, both, maybe. I smack on the DMN shoulder, stand up from the couch and roll my eyes. I'm going to find icy hot BSC. The beer he brings is always good and if he's not careful enough the extras will take that. SHT. He laughs, nodding but not saying anything else, letting me go then. I walk to the door of my own room, walking through the bunch of annoying people, knowing how my shoves are enough to get them out of my way. I go to the corridor, all the shitty people is literally here too, it's so crowded inside they're all the way here. When I get out, I go to the stairs, 'cause I'm not taking the elevator, fing gross to see 2 extras making out there. On the way down I pull out my phone, searching and calling the BS30 to know where the hell he is. The other side rings, I wait for him to take the call. Bakugo says, his voice weird, what the hell do you want? I frown, covering my other ear to listen. He must be kidding me. Why the hell you take the call if you're fing, you BS30? Why are you calling if it's slots day, says back, mockingly. What the hell do you want? I roll my eyes, but it's not like I'm surprised, either. Where are you? My dorm. You got drinks? MHM. I'll be up in a bit. And hangs up. That stupid BS. Who the hell he thinks he is to hang up on me? I return the phone to my breathes, walking downstairs and walking over to his dorm. I don't care if his thing, I want good beer. I quickly get to his piece, knocking first like a maniac just to PSS him off. But, as soon as the slightest of smells coming from inside hits my nose, my whole body gets out of control. My breath stucks, but still, my anger takes all of my inner alpha to slam the door open. What the F, for the love of God, Bakugo, get the hell out. My pulse races. My DMN veins are about to burst out of pure anger. What the F you think you're doing? Are you blind or dash? I'm not asking you. I can't get any more air into my stupid lungs. I even feel how my claws come out of my fingers. What the hell, Deku? I see him. There, completely naked, riding the stupid BSTRD with his DMNPP inside his butt. He sees me back. He looks me up and down and back, stays in my eyes, and then, he rolls his eyes at me. Do you know each other or? Starts icy hot, but Deku cuts him off. Tell him to go. The hell? What? Tell him to leave, please, Deku repeats. He tells him, with a voice that I feel even I'd leave myself if he asks me that with that tone. But is not asking that to me. He tells it to that BSE, moving his hips as he bats his eyelashes at him. And then, he rubs his neck against his. Tell him to go, yeah. Is he? Scenting him. I wanna kill him. I want to kill them both. For I feel my pheromones coming off like hell, and do it even more when the BSD grabs his neck, pulls his head back to expose his neck and buries his nose on it, inhaling all the scent and pheromones Deku's letting out for him. Todoroki takes a deep breath, kisses him, and then looks at me. You heard him, Bakugo. Get off. He has to be kidding me. Your alpha voice doesn't work on me, you fing idiot dash. I know it doesn't. He cuts, and then, in one blink, he fully got his claws out. But you know very well I never say no to a fight. My head will explode right now. Come here, then, you SHT. The room couldn't be more invaded by pheromones, and what I cannot actually believe is, how the hell is Deku there, like he's sick of all this? God, alphas are so annoying. 13 I frown, trying to take a step forward, but as soon as his hand goes up, I stop. Bakugo pronounces one word, one name, and my fangs popped out like magic, wanting to get into that thing nape and do me a single favor in all your shitty miserable life, and let me F on peace. 5 The BSTRD that has the PP inside my omega, smirks. He does, like he's in love with my omega, likes his fangs all out now too, and says to me, you heard him. I'm not leaving. Todoroki opens his mouth, but Deku does something that makes him close it again. Deku takes the other's shoulders, and moves him backwards until he's lying on the bed. He sees me, shrugs, and says, you won't be the first one watching me F, so whether you stay or not, I don't really give a SHT. And so he starts to move. On top of him, moving up and down his but on the BS's PP. I don't know if I'm more shocked, or cessed as hell itself. And as soon as I take the first step forward, ready to rip both of their throats out, his alpha voice stops me in a loud, possessive, angry shout. Don't get close to him. Let go of my thing omega. 1 No mark, no omega. That's how the code works, so get the hell out if you don't want me to rip your throat out with my thing teeth. And so, Deku laughs. He really laughs. Says, looking at me. Have you fallen in love with me, Bakugo? 15 I can't breathe. I can't breathe, I feel like I don't know what to do. I'm an alpha, I always know what to do. A stupid omega is not going to. He won't. Well, it's okay if we continue and let my fans see how you fill my belly with your milk, alpha. 8 My eyes look at how Todoroki laughs, grabs his hips, and the two of them go back to thing. 11 Like they don't give a SHT about me. Like I have no power at all, like they are superior to me. I feel my vision get blurry. My neck releases something I had never felt before in my life. My trembling feet move backwards, wanting to get out of this unknown feeling. My chest rises and falls, my hands shake, my ears catch sounds of two people close doing something that's causing me an unknown stress. The door closes, I stand here staring at the wood, then a hit is heard and, knowing it was someone's body sticking to the door here, the sounds of my omega being satisfied by an alpha that isn't me, makes me totally lose of myself. My alpha's so confused. Why? Why his omega is with somebody else? Izuku, one good morning, baby. For the love of God, let me sleep. The son of a beach laughs, gets on the bed and shakes me like a maniac. Let's go get breakfast, Midoriya. I'm hungry. Tell your alpha to get you food. He laughs, stops his fuss on the bed. He's not my alpha. I chuckle, hugely yawn, and then pull the pillow off my head, looking at the love of my life sitting there with his appealing smile. How was last night, baby? To the smile on my blonde's face gets even bigger, lets out a sigh and then rolls onto the bed next to me. It was the most spectacular F I've ever had. 3. I let out a chuckle, settling on my side to see him better. Yeah, he looked like one of those who can leave you in a wheelchair. Denki chuckles, nodding. At first, when we got to his bed, while we were undressing, he asked a lot about me. What I study, where I come from, where I live, why did I decide to study that career and stuff like that. I don't know if everything I was telling him made him think I was a porcelain doll, so he would gentle the first round. Super weird, yeah, I know. Thing PP. He laughs, nodding. The BSTRD wanted to get my attention. But after I ride him and made him come in like 10 seconds, he got super embarrassed and fed me real good. I let out a laugh, imagining my baby in all his glory, enjoying like the where he is. So you had a good time, here? 4. Yes, baby, it was super good. I'm super happy for you, Cammy. What was his name? Kirishima. Is that his first name? Kirishima is the last name, a hero is the first. I do, thinking about it. Sounds nice. He laughs, rolling his eyes, since when you do care about names. They've always been cow 6 or pig 13-inch. 14. I let out a laugh, reaching for his hair and combing it, looking at his beauty eyes. I don't know, Cam. I think it's a good time for you to start looking for yourself if you want to. 1. What are you saying, Midoriya? No. Omegas, not slaves. I'll never let a JRK mark me like a DMN cow. 2. I sigh, but say no more. Denki and I got along since the day we met because our lives were similar in terms of the hard things we went through. After that, we realized we also thought similar, however, for one or another reason he always seemed to be the type to question the actions of the alphas, but that was all. He didn't want to change the system, just wanted to understand it and take the good of it. For one or two things in life, I had a little worse time, and that made me know immediately I couldn't continue living with this stupid hierarchical and alpha system. My second gender wasn't going to be the reason why I was synonymous of slot, objectification and much less weak. For this reason, I start to talk about it with him, and since we were super close, he simply decided to support my ideals. Until one day, he adopted them too. However, I always knew Denki wasn't cut out to be alone forever. I know one day he wanna have a family, have someone who loves and respects him, and be the greatest admiration of someone strong and powerful. But I just can't push him with that. He chose the path he wants to take, and if one day he decides to change it back, absolutely nothing he does will make me stop loving him like I do today. 3. Okay, Cam, I accept, nodding, leaving a little kiss on his forehead. It's up to you. He smiles, full of love. I love you, you know that, right? Of course I do, you're so annoying always saying it. He chuckles, rolls his eyes, and settles back down, looking at me and asking, shut up. What about you? What about me? How was your night with your baby bye? I let out a laugh. What's with that name? He laughs too. What? His hair had 2 colors, that's why the bye, duh. I chuckle a little more, shaking my head but leaving that aside. It was good. Among the best. 3. I don't know. He was super flattering, and I just wanted him to move it until he could touch my kidney. I guess I'd just have liked him to be a little rougher, you know. Yeah, I get it, nods, understanding. But you always ask way too much, here. Like. Want them to F you until they tear you apart, baby. What can I tell you, that's how I was raised. He lets out a full laugh, shaking his head and looking at me in disbelief. You're living proof of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. 2. I huff, amused, sit up in bed, and say, yeah, what the hell are we having for breakfast today? Order for Midoriya. It's me, I say, standing up from the table and bringing our tray, setting it in the middle of our seats and watching my blonde immediately devour his food. God, Kaminari, manners. F you. I let out a laugh, roll my eyes, but just start eating too. Hey, someone calls, coming to our table. Alpha. Midoriya. I frown, chewing enough to ask, do I know you? Oh, no, I heard when they called your name at the bar. Ah, I say, nodding, yeah, Midoriya. Monoma, nice to meet you, says, making a ridiculous bow. Beta. One I grin, I look at Denki ping a playful eyebrow, but still eating like a pig. I inspect the guy, he's not as big as I like in alphas, but seems quite presentable. Omega, I say. Yeah, kinda suspected, but I couldn't find your scent and it was weird. You're way too pretty to be a beta. I let out a forced giggle, nodding it's not that noticeable, and let out just a little bit of scent, just for this dumb to fall in love. 1-0, SHD, yeah, being close, I could smell you. It's really good, here. Are you two here alone? I turn to the blonde again, waiting for his approval. He gives the guy a look up and down, takes a bite out of his burger, and he's the one who says, looks like it, doesn't it? The alpha chuckles, nodding. You're right. So, Midoriya, do you have plans for this afternoon? I shrug. Maybe. He smirks, pulls his phone out of his pocket, and says you can have lunch plans today, then. It's all on me. Of course it's all on you, duh. 3, just let me know where I can pick you up, okay? Says and leaves his phone on the table, the numbers ready to be typed. I like my lips, smile at him, and then write my phone number there. I'll text you in a bit, and picks up his phone. Have a good meal, Omegas. We thank, letting him go then, leaving the place. You're aware, Denki says, his gross mouth showing the entire half-chewed burger. And it's said by Aware that doesn't know how to eat in public spaces. The bestiary smiles, rolls his eyes, but keeps chewing and eating. Or at least, for just a minute in peace and silence, breaking it when he asks, can I ask you something? No. Of course I can, what about that blonde JRK from Kirishima's party? For I frown, confused. Which one of all the blonde JRs? You're one, but I don't think you're talking about yourself. He lets out a laugh, sticking out his middle finger. The one who chased us in the night when we were leaving. The dipshit that didn't know how to control his stupid nape. I let out a sound of amusement, but with absolutely no humor. I eat a French fry, wait for a sec to chew and, without really wanting to, confess, he was 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐴. 5 and if it wasn't for the fact I already knew it, now I'd have my whole face full of burger. What? Spits, literally. I get the napkin off from my face and, waiting for him to swallow everything, blurts out again, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 like, the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐴. I nod, taking a sip of my drink. The famous but stupid JRK 𝐒𝐴𝐴. Don't F with me. 1 I wish I could F you but your but doesn't fill my -3 Midoriya. I laugh, rolling my eyes, okay, what? What's the surprise? Everything's the surprise. I mean, is he that JRK from your middle school? That one. F whispers, unable to believe it, thinking a little about it in the silence of a few seconds, oh. Suddenly does, nodding, like he just realized something. What? I see how. What you see, you dumb. He chuckles. He asked about you calling you Deku. I frown. He asked about me. Nods. When I first met him and told him what school I was in, he said an old friend of his went there too, and asked for Deku's name. God, stupid alpha. And I let out such a laugh for friend. He laughs too, rolling his eyes. Just wanted to get some info. God, I hate him more as the days go by. And you'll do it more. He's the carnification of alphism in its pure glory. I wanna throw up. When I laugh you should. He rolls his eyes, taking a piece of burger between his fingers and, after feigning a GG, eats. I can't believe I met a real SHT. One I chuckle, shrugging. Can't say you didn't. Denki lets out a huge sigh, grimaces, and then goes back to eating, thinking inside his own head. I let him have his moment of analysis while I fed me too for a while, just as long as it takes him to speak again. And, how are you, baby? I smile at him with all the love in my heart, trying to make him not to care that much about me. I'm fine, Denki. I got over everything he did to me long time ago, you know that, babe. He sighs again, looking straight at me. Are you sure? I know not everyone takes the same issues the same way, but I don't know, didn't you feel scared when you saw him again? I almost SHT on my breathes when I saw him once again, one more time. I panicked when I looked at his face. I swore I died a second time when those pheromones got into my nose. But I can't let him know that. Not him, not anyone. When you live in hell itself, Denki, no devil can scares you anymore. 11 Hello, OG. Denks and I greet when we get back to our building. Hey, guys. I look at Kaminari, frowning, confused by our building caretaker's attitude. Are you alright, Ojiro? Midoriya, can I talk to you? I frown even more. I look at the other blonde, and crossing my arms, I say whatever you need, Denki can hear it, really, there's not a problem. Well, I don't want to scare him too, that's all. Denki then gets noticeably on alert, walking to his reception desk and asking straight to the point, what happened? Ojiro takes a deep breath, and then lowers his head, not knowing how to say it. I grab Denki's hand when he wants to push him further, giving it a squeeze and telling him with my eyes to let him take his time to explain. I'm so sorry, guys. Hey, it's okay, OG, I murmur, reaching my hand to take his arm, giving relaxing rubs. It's okay, really, just tell us what happened. I swear I tried, with all the training I had, but his pheromones were so strong and hey, I stop, already half knowing what is all about. It's alright, yeah. Really, whatever it is, we'll know how to handle it. What's up? An alpha came to threaten you. I stops, sighs, I see how his eyes fill with tears, it's just, an alpha came, asking for you. I told him I couldn't reveal information about the dorms but he just got off ton of pheromones and it's okay, I say, nodding and following my reassuring sway on his skin. It's fine, really. Did he leave after that? I don't know, Midoriya, I'm sorry, he left me in SBMSN for a while and I don't know if he's still up there or he's already gone, I don't know how long I was out or. Do you remember his name? How he looked like? I don't know, blonde. Had eyes like rubies. Yes. Whispers, nodding. Do you know him? I look at Denki. He wants to go to the dorm right dim now to nail his fangs down that alpha's throat. I know him, you have nothing to worry about, he's just a hot-headed and I'm sure just left something of value in my room. We'll go upstairs and I'll give it to him, okay? It's okay, breathe, he's not here to hurt us. Are you sure? Yeah, don't worry, it's all good. I say last, before walking straight to the elevators. Midoriya. I clench my fists, turn to see Ojiro, and showing him my face of total nonchalance, I ask yes. Do you want me to call security? I shake my head. It's useless anyway. Security never cares about omegas, just protect alphas. And so we're out. We get into the elevator, touch our floor button and immediately go up. Denki takes my hand and gives it a hard squeeze, telling me with it that I'm not alone. And I know it. As much as I wish I could fight this for myself, I know that acknowledging there's people fighting for me too is the best thing I can do as an Omega right now. We gonna kill him. If he lays one finger on you, I'll kill him, he assures. I take a deep breath, quick pumps bothering my heart without being shown to my life mate here beside me, creating a false face in complete nonchalance. And strength, to say, I know. That Mothif won't take absolutely anything else from me. To my babe nods, completely agreeing with me, squeezing me tighter and, with nothing more to say, looks at the doors, anxiously waiting for them to open up. Deku. Deku, you DMN-SHT, open the DMN door. My breath hitches. It takes absolutely everything from me to control the stress pheromones building up on the back of my neck wanting to burst, but forcing myself and all that hell I've been through, to keep them inside as I watch those two crimson orbs anchored in my DMN mind as a curse. Bakugo. You son of a beach dash, in the blink of an eye, he was already on top of me, almost literally. A single foot of mine out of the elevator and he already had me anchored to the nearest wall, his hand on my neck, his claws slightly opening my skin by having me so subdued, his fangs totally out and his pheromones flooding all along the entire floor. However, he's not the one with the advantage here. When Denki saw me in the slightest danger, he was already on his back, claws and fangs out, hand digging his claws into the alpha's neck, mouth in his ear, ready to tear both if necessary. 3. Let him go, or I'll kill you. Bakugo's breathing is a mess, uncontrollable, his chest rising and falling from all the emotions burning his body, the rage being the main and strongest of all. Get the F off, Omega. I smirk, watching my man nail even more his claws on his neck, even with the powerful voice of this alpha. I won't say it again, Alpha, let him go. The face of the body in front of mine tightens, as does his grip on my neck, but just for a second, cause then, he lets me go. He releases me, and takes a step back. Get your hands off me, you 𝐒𝐿. No, I cut, shaking my head, walking toward him in slow steps, as if his grip hadn't left a bruise ready to break out on my neck. You won't talk to him that way, got it? The floor stuck even more with pheromones, many more than all the training of 3 years forced me to control, taking everything inside me to don't faint right now. I just can't be weak. Not in front of him. What do you want, Bakugo? First, stop calling me that. I huff, I actually wanna laugh. That's your name, you idiot. That's not how you call me. So, now, I do laugh. Do you really expect me to call you Kaken? Are you kidding me, Bakugo? He tries to take a step forward, but the hand of the body still on top stops him, letting out a thread of BLD under the claws digging into his neck. Stay away, Alpha. Bakugo growls, completely filled with pure frustration, unable to believe he's literally in control of the hands of an Omega. Tell your slot to let go of me. 𝐒𝐻, let me think. Yeah, no. Tell this cheap where to dash. Watch your mouth, Alpha, says the body behind him, cutting an inch more of skin. You don't want that to be the last thing you say, do you? A scream of total and pure frustration echoes throughout the whole floor. If it weren't for the fact all the Omegas on the floor can smell this man's pheromones even inside their rooms, they'd have gone out to watch by now, I have no doubt. It's the last chance I'll give you, 𝐒𝐿, he says, his tone low, hard, manipulative and psychotic. For your own sake, tell this slot to let go of me, or you never gonna see him again. And you know I mean it, Deku. Then my body, without really showing it that much, starts to get nervous. Memories of his abuse come to my head, his beatings, his threats, his hands on my body. I can't let him touch Denki. Not him. Kaminari, go home. And my Omega's eyes suddenly make me feel like I've disappointed him in 1,001 ways. What? Denki doesn't have the mental strength to kill him. But Bakugo does. Go home, let me talk to him. Baby, don't dash, do as I say, you know I can control it. And I can control dash. One single blink. A single blink where his guard was too low for Bakugo to use it against him. The roles reversed. Denki doesn't have his claws on him anymore. But Bakugo's notoriously longest ones are on my Omega's vocal cords, determined to make a perfectly straight cut to rip them apart. But I don't let a single second pass, and I never doubt to attack him. I swore long time ago he will never take anything else from me. And I'll make that happen, even if it costs my own life. In a single second, I was on top of him, my fangs off, mindlessly dipping into the alpha's neck on top of the person I've ever loved the most, sliding in and tasting the BLD, all in matter of seconds. A scream echoes from the back of the throat of the alpha, his hands releasing my Omega's neck to grab his own. This is all Denki needed to nail his claws to the other side, tearing even more skin. As soon as we all get away, I put my body in front of Denki's corpse, rage, fury, and anger coursing through every vein in my body when I see that alpha in front. If you ever touch him again, I won't cut just that, you hear? Next time I swear your whole head will roll all the way down to the ground. Bakugo can barely breathe, and I don't blame him. It's impossible for any human to do it with that amount of BLD dropping down. And so, he takes a step back. A step back that means my first complete victory against my abuser. I'll find you, you hear? And I swear next time you'll be all alone. And then, he leaves. As soon as the last golden hair is out of sight, my consciousness is completely gone. My knees get weak, my body drops to the ground, I stay in the exact, precise position of SBMSN. Maybe I could forget about him, his commands, his smell, his presence. But my body and my inner Omega still inside him will never be. Katsuki 2 Hey, Bakabro, you're. Shut it, Fing shut it. SHT, Bakugo. I throw myself on the floor, I just can't standing up anymore. Getting here took all the strength I had left. What happened? SHT, Bakugo, what did you do? Shut the F up and fix this SHT. Kirishima doesn't say anything else, just kneels next to me, removes my hand from my neck and immediately likes the BLD all along my side, where seems to be more. His tongue works on the vein, immediately feeling my and his cells heal it and stop the bleeding. I'm trying to breathe, I'm trying so hard to control my lungs, but just reminding everything that happened minutes ago doesn't help. On the contrary, it gets me even more DMN mad. That's it, Bakugo, let me see the other side. I don't say a word, just remove my hand by myself and let him leave a couple more of his stupid drool, recovering with it the smallest wound. After that he runs for a couple of gauze pads, no time to waste putting them on the wounds and securing them with a bandage around my entire neck. As soon as it's done, he rubs his wrists against each other, then rests one of them against my nose. I inhale with everything I have available in space in my lungs, his calming pheromones being my DMN salvation. I'm better now, get off. Okay, whispers, doing as I say, sitting just a few inches away, but still here. He lets me have a few minutes in silence, just because I know he's waiting for me to tell him what the hell happened. I know I have to tell him, but I still don't have enough head to know how to. You smell like Kaminari, Bakugo. I frown, looking at him, confused. What? You smell like Kaminari, you reek of his stress, what the hell does that mean? I still don't get who the hell is Kaminari? He rolls his eyes. The blonde from my party, who you threatened to know who the hell Deku was, or I don't know what the hell his name was. Ah? I do, lowering my head. Yeah, Deku's slot. Why the hell you smell like him? Why he opened your Fing neck? First of all, don't use that tone to me, I didn't go to see him. And that beach just left a scratch, DMN cheap wear. Kirishima stares at me with unfamiliar, annoyed eyes, but I don't know why. After a silence, he returns to ask. Well, tell me what happened then. I sigh, looking away cause I don't like him looking at me like that. I think about it a bit. I can't obviously say 2 shitty Omegas almost killed me, I still have dignity. I just don't know how to explain him the whole situation, there's so much more to it than just his stupid party 2 weeks ago. Deku is an Omega I've known since I was in diapers. He's my Omega, but he doesn't want to admit it. He disappeared to go to a school of slots, where I guess met that Kaminari. Apparently they study here and yes, I know that. I frown, more confused than annoyed cause he goddamn interrupted me. How can you know that? He came to the party yesterday, we fed. And why the hell haven't you told me that? Cause you disappeared all the DMN morning, you dipshit. Watch your mouth, shitty hair worn, but he just roll his eyes at me. Okay, you're Omega, what does it have to do with you showing up with your head 2 inches from being ripped? I take a breath, run my hand through my hair, hating every DMN second of this shitty situation. I saw him yesterday Fing with Icy Hot. His eyes instinctively widen in surprise. You're Omega. I nod. My omega. SHT whispers. But, I mean. Todoroki knew. That was low dash he didn't. He tried to fight me cause he isn't marked an SHT. Oh, does? Again surprised and now also confused. I'm not getting a DMN. The point is, that SHT Deku made me look like a shitty PP, and I was DM-incensed with him treating me like he was superior to me, like he had forgotten his thing place. Kirishima looks at me for a few seconds. Looks like his head is working harder than all he did all high school. So he did that to you. I roll my eyes, looking away. He and your beach. I know it's shitty but they took me by surprise. Those beaches attack me as if I was the demon itself. MH, I narrow my eyes, staring at him. What does that MH mean? It's nothing. Sure, no way. What is it? Shitty hair sighs, runs a hand over his face and as if he really doesn't want to open his mouth, starts, it's just, well, I got to know a little about Kaminari, your Omega's friend. He told me yesterday they're in laws and political sciences career, they're literally the only Omegas there. Well, he just said he wants to change the whole system, you know. That he was obsessed of being treated like an object, he didn't want to continue to be sexualized and treated like a human incubator and SHT, Bakugo I. He just told me so many things that I think. He may be. Right? You know. I don't know, man dash. 9 Oh God I interrupt, letting out a laugh, not believing this it. You kidding me, right? No, Bakugo, I'm serious. I don't think they attacked you because it's you, but because you're one more alpha they see as a powerful threat. I saw it yesterday, bro really. No alpha is left behind, and trust me, I've never seen an Omega carry their second gender as high as he does, even with everything they have to handle, you know. You're saying bullshit. Bakugo, seriously, you really don't realize how much SHT you're saying. Bakugo, just dash no I stop, standing up from there and pointing a threatening finger at him. Don't give that bullshit to me who's known you for 3 years, Kirishima. You're an alpha, and what you're doing right now is nothing more than being a two-faced with a slot you have all the intention to mark. What? No. It's not just dash cut the SE or I swear I'll blow your face, and I mean it. I turn around, ready to get out of here. I don't want to see or hear this garbage anymore. I don't give a SHT who you F with, Kirishima, you know you can do whatever the hell you want with your PP. But don't excuse your need to F to justify what those 2 DMN Omegas just did. Know your thing place. My lungs burn. My body's in fire, burning more as the more DMN time I spend here. But it feels so good. I release the last exhalation of air available in my lungs, throwing the weights and sitting for a while. I grab my water bottle and gulp down the entire liquid, trying to breathe. I love the physical pain. I love how muscles are so torn, burned and well worked. I love getting lost thinking about how much every muscle hurts. Forgetting all the bullshit outside this gym. But still, it's not enough. I still have more to burn, more to get rid of, more I need to get out of my system. I look everywhere, looking for something that may work out for me. And my answer comes like an butt on a tray. I stare at my prey, waiting for the were to turn around, see me, and get her butt wet for me. Has a good butt, I'm 90% sure is an Omega. The female turns off the treadmill, slowing down the pace and drinking from her water bottle by the time she's already walking. That's when she feels my gaze, and her eyes stay on me, holding the look, knowing I'm challenging her. Without taking my eyes off, I throw the bottle into the trash can, going in with a clean shot, smirking and standing up, making a gesture with my head for her to follow me. Without turning to look back, I walk around the corner, leaning my back against the wall and waiting for her. Not even 10 seconds go by when she was already coming here. As soon as the slot turns the corner, I grab her arm, taking her into the utility room and burying my nose in the back of her neck. Of course is an Omega. Smells good. Like cheap slot, of course, but good. Good training, hun. Meh, I still can do some cardio. I smile, totally enthralled with this floozy. I grab her neck, pin her to the wall, and kiss her. hard, DMT, as I must so she learns her place in this world that apparently some idiots intend to change. I do it so hard I think I'm gonna take her breath away, knowing it for sure when, unable to get my tongue all the way down her throat, turns her head away. Mad at this, I turn her back, reach down to pull off her shorts, the piece of slot underwear she's wearing, and then unbutton my briefs. Turn around again and I'll bite you, Omega, got it? And she laughs. I have nothing to lose, Alpha. If you gonna do it now. I frown, totally taken by surprise. However, when I see her neck and the perfectly healed mark of years there, I let out a laugh. Nothing worse than a marked wear. If you don't want to take a marked Omega, get off then. Although I honestly thought you had way more to offer. I smirk, take my PP out and giving it a few JRs is enough to line it up at her entrance. However, I ask before, where's your Alpha? Dead maybe. Eating SHT, who knows? I let out a laugh, I approach my nose to her neck and giving her a confess, what a waste. And then, I put it in completely. I don't let her scream, I cover her mouth and then, give her everything an alpha unworthy of their gender hasn't been able to do for her in apparently a long time. What the hell do you want, shitty hair? Where are you? Answers, on the other side of the phone line. Outside. Went to work out and I'm finishing running, what YA want? Nothing, just, well, I thought about ordering some burgers, I was wondering if you want me to order some for you. I sigh, rolling my eyes, but I can't be still mad at this BS today. Here's my pack, and both he and I know it. 2 doubles, you know how I like them. He makes a sound in amusement, knowing full well we're fine. Done, get your butt back now then, don't want you complaining cause the food's cold. I laugh F you. Yeah, whatever. Bye. Bye. I hang up the phone and put it back on my pocket, finishing everything I had to do to my muscles so I could feel freed from some good SHT. I walk to the buildings, calm, sensing glances from some extras, knowing they do it cause it's worthy to know pretty well who's gonna command this faculty for the next few years. Some minutes in silence and tranquility goes by. But it's only that, minutes. Cause now, as soon as the sun goes down, I see him. My Omega gets out of the car of a blonde man with a shitty body, wondering if he really is an alpha for my Omega to be hanging out with him. I frown, walking there to find out what the hell this is all about. As I do, I see how the BSTRD leans against the car, and Deku stands in front with his arms crossed, talking about something. Even though I don't see his face, I can feel all the disinterest and boredom of my Omega. Are you going to your dorm for something? Says the beach. No, I'm going to my dorm to stay there, Deku replies. The blonde frowns, totally unnoticed. My building's that one, and makes a movement with his head, we can go for a while. You have to be grateful with an alpha. Grateful for what? For what? I took you out to eat, darling. You said it was all on you, I don't owe you absolutely anything. The effer laughs, almost stunned. Okay, I get it, Omega, but I think you're the one not understanding here. Listen, I took your butt to the other side of town, spent a lot of money taking you to that nice restaurant, so the least you can do for me is give me some head. Are you following me or do you want me to repeat it? My brow automatically furrows, swearing to God that son of a beach just won a goddamn beating. My steps quicken, and being almost a single meter away from them, I see Deku move. He puts one of his hands into his briefs pocket, takes something, and then, in a single second, throws a couple of bills right in the BSDRD's face. There's your money, I don't owe you anything anymore. And just before I can even smile with so much pride, that stupid BSDRD grabs my Omega by the neck, in one motion, spinning him around and pinning him on the car, holding him still for when he speaks. One, put your feet on the ground, Omega, and watch carefully who you're talking to. Deku, totally unperturbed, grins. He grins. Sweetheart, you've got the wrong Omega, tells him. So soft, so delicate and so full of hate. Get your filthy, gross hands off me, or you gonna end up with no eyes, got it? The other BSTD, on the other hand, gets closer to his face. Sure, sweetheart. I'll gladly do, after having had what I want. Get to my diamond bed or I'll get you my stash. One drop. One single drop of BLD landed exactly and precisely on my shirt, but it wasn't even a tenth of all that was splattered all around. Stunned, I see how Deku shakes his hand with all the disgust in the world, removing some of the crimson liquid left on his claws, while the other BSD grabs his own face and screams like such a PP. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. No. Of course not. A single letter was left to say it, but I wasn't allowing that. In a single second, my body was already on top of this dipshit, my hand tightening on his neck, subduing him with the power of a few pheromones. If he tells you you messed with the wrong omega, then it's because you did it, got it. For his very, very barely functional eyes let him know, even without watching me clearly, who the person above him is. Therefore, says, Wyas. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was your omega, I didn't - I'm not his omega, says Deku, like he literally just offended him to death. I rather die. You know what, Bakugo? Do whatever you want. You piece of SHT, thanks for the meal. Snaps, with the most feigned kindness I've ever heard before. It actually tasted like SHT and then he leaves. Literally, he just leaves. He doesn't appreciate I saved his butt, he doesn't say hi, he doesn't care at all that I was here. One cause, actually. I didn't help him at all. And so, the words of shitty hair begin to echo in my head. One Deku doesn't needs absolutely anything from me, nor does he have something against. 3 He's just against all the alphas treating them like SH. Unbelievable. What's unbelievable, you dumb? Can't believe it. What the F you can't believe? Seriously, unbelievable. Spit the beans, you shitty bird. Tokoyami snorts, looking at me for a sec and going back to writing on his tablet, apparently annoyed, and tells us, my finances teacher also teaches laws department, he literally spent a whole hour talking about those two omegas topic of the whole DMN school, and now he made us do an essay related to that stupid gender. I'm done with this. Yeah, well, I'm starting to get obsessed with that topic too. What was he saying? 𝐒𝐿 asks, rolling a joint on his bed. Just bullshit. That a revolution is coming, that omegas are having a promising future and tons of CRP. The betas of my class talk about that too, 𝐒𝐿 agrees, nodding. Those two omegas are on everyone's mouth. And I wish it was just because of their but doesn't seems like. What do they say then? I ask, trying really, and I mean really hard to keep myself in line. I know it's your freckled omega, Bakugo, but, man, I swear after he scared me off I haven't even want to even look at him cause I don't want your mad nape at me again. But, yeah, not all college knows that yet and many are talking about his skills with his mouth. Cause just as they're open their mouths to shut up any alpha, they do it to give plenty of SX, man. You know that, Bakugo, says Tokumi. No mark, no omega, and all the alphas here know that. Even the teachers. Seems like everyone's on the challenge of being the ones marking one of those 2-inch. But, shitty hair murmurs, stopping fixing some mechanical SHT he has on the ground, looking at the blackheads, how you know all that? Dude, those two already fed half-university alphas hoi polloi 𝐒𝐿 snaps, without a bit of tact. And we're barely halfway through the semester. You can literally ask any pack, and at least 2 alphas have already fed one of those 2 buttes. Bless the one who can get both, but I really don't think anyone has such a ball. We all fell silent, each thinking a different SHT. We've only been in school for half a semester, just over 3 months. The teachers have fed us up all here so badly we haven't even had time to breathe. And just as I haven't had time to anything, I haven't had it to talk to him either. I hardly ever see him, but I don't think there's a person more invisible to him than me right now. He always goes straight and in a hurry to what he has to do. I've yelled at him halfway across campus and still doesn't give a single SHT about me, just keeps walking along with his other slot mate. I know I can't get close to them, much less on campus. Apparently an omega filed a complaint about a mark within the school facilities, and since it's a crime to mark without consent, the school has been pretending to take care of all the cheap wares. 5 The school and what they can do to me if one of those 2 goes with the gossip isn't my DMN problem, but something itching my ball a lot lately, I'm cessed as hell because of the fact Deku looks at me with hate in his DMN eyes. Cause. Damn it, he has looked at me with absolutely every feeling known, but with hate, he never did before. And it pisses me off. It upsets me to the guts. I need to talk to him. I need him to tell me why the F he hates me. 11 No, that's not what I need. Cause deep down, I already know the answer to that. I think I just want to know what can I do to make it stop. 6 You, Omega. Here. Yes, you, come here. Oh, sure, he murmurs, putting down his pen and walking from his table to here. I look from where he was, not taking my eyes off my Omega sitting there, pretending not to pay attention to what I'm doing. You have a club there or what? Kirishima asks, laughing mockingly. No, it's just, it's good to have your pack around. Is that a pack? Icy Hot snaps, just as mockingly. Do you even know the definition of pack? Who's your head? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, is the one right there dash we know who he is I interrupt. But he's not an alpha. We don't need an alpha. IPP an eyebrow, and all the other BSters try to hide their laugh as well. Are you telling me that I speak, notoriously raising my voice, your pack is made up with just a couple of slots? One excuse me. Ama. Someone yell at him from his table, the Kaminari guy standing up and saying, come on, get back here. What's the problem, honey? Zero snaps, standing up from his place, going to the Omega, putting his arm around his waist. We were just chatting, he doesn't want to go, right? WLIO. Just chatting, here. Says the other blonde, jumping from his seat and running over here. What were you talking about, here? I can know, right, Kirishima? He replies, immediately. Getting nervous. Well, we just wanted to invite you to, thinks, searching for any SHT into his head, the party. It'll be a party this Saturday at Zero's dorm, you're going, right? I don't know, is the slots pack invited? Come on, Denki. Let's go, though, they're just being annoying, says to the other Omega, getting off Zero's arm and taking him back. Kaminari. Fu, Kirishima. Shitty Hair lets out a sigh, laying down on his seat, rubbing his face. Don't tell me you fell with AF, Zero spits, laughing afterwards. Shut up. Man, for real. With that Omega. And laughs again. Dude, he's more worn out that dash, I said shut up, damn it. Zero then raises his hands in surrender, sitting back on the table. Bro, chill. Shitty Hair says no more, just keeps thinking inside his own head, not really knowing what to do. I go back to see the Omega's table, everyone talking and writing things in their notebooks, while the one who seems to speak is Deku, like explaining something. He looks so sure of himself. And I can't understand. What the hell happened to him? In middle school he was nothing, an Omega that only needed to be declared as such so everyone could speak to him properly. But even before, the whole school knew 100% he'd be the lowest of the low, it was pretty obvious. However, now seems like he thinks his gender can compete against us. He doesn't just consider himself the same as a beta, he really does seem like in his eyes there's an inner alpha with a heat every month. What did that school do to him to look like this? Hey Deku. He doesn't even flinch. He doesn't even pay attention to me. Omega. So he sees me. And rolls his eyes. I'm talking to Dash, what do you want? Go out with me. Not interested. 9 What do you want? What do you crave? Do you still like that chop rice? I don't want anything from you. 2 Damn it, Deku, just -7 he doesn't want anything from you. The blonde snaps, standing up from the table, looking straight at me. What part of wanting you to leave him the F alone doesn't get to your brain? Who the F is talking to you, you slot of F Bakugo? A voice stops at my own table. He doesn't want to talk to you, man, it'll be another time. For now just leave them alone. I frown, watching at Shitty Hair saying it so firmly, neither his eyes nor his head ever lowering. 1 Control your thing PP I spit, sitting back down. That SHT is making you change your brain. He rolls his eyes at me. He looks away and says, yeah, whatever. Deku. He doesn't change countenance, doesn't stop, doesn't even slow down from walking straight to his building, forcing me to run to catch up with him. I can't look at him and let him ignore me as if I was a piece of CRP. Whatever it takes, but I'll talk to him today. I've already wasted too much time. Deku, damn it, stop. Leave me alone, Bakugo. I growl, stopping in my tracks, knowing if I don't plan this right I won't have the chance to settle things with him. He won't listen to me, not like this. I pull out my phone, watching him keep walking away, never looking back. I find the most recent contact and call, waiting on the rings for him to answer. Hey Bakubro, what's up? I need a favor. Hey, okay, what's up? Do you have the number of that guy, hm, Kaminari? Bakugo, I need you to get him out of his dorm, invite him to eat, to F, whatever the hell you want, but get him out. What for? I need to talk to my 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Bakugo, I don't think that's dash, I have it under control, Kirishima, damn it. Can you do it or not? He sighs. He's silent for a sec, trying to make a decision. It's all good, I swear I say. If it makes you feel better just tell him to meet him outside his building, buy him something and entertain him for 10 minutes, no more. I just want to talk to my 𝐒𝐿𝐵, 10 minutes, shitty hair, I swear that's all. If he finds out I'm doing it for you, he won't find out, dimmin' it, I'll hurry up. He sighs. He takes his time to think again. 10 minutes, got it. Deal. I'll stay outside to wait for him to come out of the building. Okay. Good. I owe you one, shitty hair. You owe me plenty of favors already, you know. I laugh, stop whining, pp. Okay, 10 minutes, you hear. And Eddie, Bakugo, don't do something stupid, man. I won't, I swear. I'm serious, Bakugo. I said yes, damn it. Have I broken a promise? Well, no. There it is, do it, I have no time to waste. Okay, I'll see you in 2 outside the building. Bye. Bye says, and so we hang up. I wait out here for shitty hair to do the thing. After a while he sends a message, apparently they're going out for a milkshake or some sappy essay, so I just stay here looking for the time the blonde bestiary walks out the doors of his building, walking while answering messages on his phone. I wait a few more secs for him to leave, and then immediately head for the elevator, avoiding the building caretaker who's distracted by some SHT. I mark Deku's floor, going up quickly. The doors open, I get out of there and without thinking, I knock lightly on his door. What YA forgot, you moron? He yells from inside, walking over and opening it without thinking. I told you don't need more money, Cam dash of course he stops talking. He sighs. Hard, prolonged, even tired. You again, God mutters, shaking his head, incredulous. What do you want now, Bakugo? I want to talk to you. I didn't know you could do that. For the love of God, Dek, you know what? I chill. Or try to. Okay, that's it, we started off on the wrong foot, I know, I just want us to be okay, yeah. That's all, I just don't want us to be bad and dash, he laughs. He really laughs. What the hell are you laughing at? What? Oh. I mean, I don't know if you know it but normal people laugh when they think something's funny. And what you just did. I mean, what you said was demon, hilarious. Well, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't. No, you piece of dash. Alright, Deku, can you just let me in? Nope. You're being a brat. And you're being a creep. I open my mouth, but only a sigh ends up coming out. I don't know what to do. I'm a DMN Alpha, and a DMNT1. And one single omega makes me not knowing what the F to do. Unbelievable. Okay, well bye dash. No, I cut, stopping the door from being closed. Just one chance, Deku. Just one, okay. I don't want to dash please. For he paralyzes. Here. I said please, I repeat, loud, clear, hard, and without hesitation. He deeply frowns, his eyes seem to have seen a pure ghost. Please, Deku, I won't repeat that word. Let me in, I just want to settle up with you, I swear on my own mother that's all I want. He stays one more sec thinking on the silence, it really seems there's a war inside his own brain. So I wait as long as it takes him to make a decision. He wiggles his fingers, his toes, looks at the ground. He does so many things that remind me of the nervous old Deku that I just can't rush him into deciding to tell me to F off or not. So, he sighs. He sighs, and takes a step back. Come in. 6. I don't say anything, just do as he says, taking a few steps ahead and going to the small sofa he has here. But then as soon as I sit down, something seems to hit me in the face with the force to knock me out. God, it smells like him. It reeks so good like him. Hey! He snaps, slapping my hand afterwards. The F, Deku. Don't touch. Hey! Don't touch my things. I frown, and then I just realize what I just did. I wanted to take a cushion and stick my nose in there. It's just, it smells like you. I know it smells like me, I live here, idiot. Can I take it? For what? Snaps, as if I offended him to death. Of course not, you Fing stalker. What if I pay you for it? For I'll kick you out, Bakugo, I swear it. Okay. I snap, throwing my hands up in the air in complete harmlessness. Here it is, it'll stays here. 𝐒𝐻 mutters, looking at me, but not knowing what else to do, or say. We both fell silent, me staring at the ground, my mind completely blank. I really don't know how to start talking to him. I don't know exactly what to say. I don't know what I want from him, I don't know why I need him, I don't know why. Why I want so bad to be okay with him. Are you gonna talk or what, Bakugo? Do you think I have all night or dash? I don't know what to say. Hey. I don't know what to say, I repeat, looking straight at him. I have no clue of what to tell you. He stares at me. You're kidding, right? No, Deku, I'm serious, I don't know what the hell to say to you. He sighs. He sighs so big and so heavy that I feel like I'm completely wearing out his patience. So, I don't know, him. Why the F are you here then? 'Cause I wanted to talk to you. 3. Talk about what if you don't know what to say. I don't want to tell you anything. I just want to talk with you. He sighs again. He takes his face, frustrated, tired, annoyed at me and my presence. Okay, breathes. What do you want me to talk to you about? Why you went to that school, I say, as if it were completely automatic. He removes his hand from his face totally confused. What do you mean by why? Yes, I say, why you left if you had everything here? He snorts in supposed amusement, 'cause there's no humor in his face at all. Yeah, I had everything here, of course, nods, incredulous. I had a shitty life, a gender I hated and an aggressor, you. So, yeah, why I left. And you gonna tell me in that shitty school you did better than here? No, says immediately, shaking his head. It wasn't better, of course not. But it made me see things I wouldn't have been able to see if I stayed here. Oh yeah. Like what? Like I was so stupid for lowering you my head every day of my life. You're an omega, what's wrong with lowering your head? 3. He makes another sound of amusement, my brow furrows, what does he find funny? I don't have to lower my head just because I'm an omega, Bakugo. I'm a human being. That's how humans behave. No, that's how you alphas want us to behave. Deku, that's how the world works, it's hierarchy, it's nature, it's anatomy. I'm stronger than you for a reason, I have bigger claws for a reason, I have pheromones and a voice for a reason. Why the hell do you want to change something that's natural? That's not nature, Bakugo says, so calm and firm that, to be honest, surprises me a little. That is imposition. Your claws, your voice, your fangs, even your rut, all of it, was given to you to provide your pack, so the strongest have a natural task, a protection, a bond with their equals. Nothing you have now was given for you to denigrate, mistreat or abuse those who don't have the same abilities as you. 4. Protect is not dominate, Bakugo. Nature gave you your second gender to be able to provide, not so you can spend all your skills hurting other human beings. I stay silent, looking at him, thinking about everything he just said. And it just doesn't make sense for me. In that case you were made to reproduce. That's what your heat is for, Deku. No, says immediately, shaking his head, still calm and serene, as if he totally knows what he's talking about. My heat was given as a need of the weakest to look for someone strong to bond with, so they can give them everything at first they couldn't get by themselves as long as they were bonded by something as vague as a SXL mate. But all that later changed, Bakugo. The stereotypes, the insecurities, the anger, the demons. Everything turned us into being seen as a property. It made us believe we were dependent, that we needed an alpha to live. And it's not like that. Now I know it. I know I don't need you or any other alpha to provide me. I know that being physically smaller than you is not synonymous of being weaker, and it took me some time to know it, learn it, and make myself believe it. But I know it now for sure. 2. I look into his eyes. I don't take my eyes off for a single second, looking for the slightest sign of doubt in just one of his eyes. But there isn't any. It's as if that was his absolute truth. As if he trusts in absolutely. But my heart and mind spinning like crazy are telling me I'm not cut out to do all that. If you can't do all that, then know this is the last time I want to see you. Everything inside me stops. What? You can leave knowing you have my forgiveness, that I will forget all the bad you did to me one day, but that I don't want to have any contact with someone who degrades me as a person, who can make me suffer emotionally and maybe physically too, nor with someone who doesn't treat me with the respect I deserve. 1. If you can't give me that, then this is the end. My heart starts pumping in a fast rhythm, my brain's going crazy, everything inside of me screams, yells, and shouts not to let him go one more time. I'll do it. For so, his hands touches my skin, helping himself to pull apart from me, sit up straight, and look me in the eye to ask, you will. I take a couple of breaths, I cherish every single inch of his face and, swearing it with my own life, I affirm, I'll do everything you ask me, and change as much as you think it's necessary to change. I swear I'll be everything you want me to be. Izuku 6 Kami, you sure it's okay? I chuckle, adjust the blanket around me, and reply to the text. Me, yes, dude. You want me to get out of the dorm. Kami, no baby, I don't think we'll he just wants to come and chat more quietly. Me, as you prefer hun, want me to cook something for you. Kami, nope, he bought us dinner, me, ha we the slots are so lucky one Kami, ha of course. You know my charms. CYA in a bit, want me to get you something else. Me, I'm fine baby, thanks Kami, bye. Me, bye. I answer and toss the phone away, sitting on the couch, smelling from the cushion the last trace of scent this man left here. It's so hard to deal with Katsuki Bakugo. So hard. But at the same time, it's so exciting. I hate it. I hate it doesn't feel as bad as I'd want to. I hate I can't hate him enough to get rid of him once and for all. But he just smells so good. No, Midoriya. Focus. His scent isn't everything. And man his dick no. Midoriya, no. I shake my head, get up from the couch and go quickly to take a shower. It's just the heat of the moment, he just left 2 minutes ago, he doesn't really have me as bad as my Omega makes me think. He's an alpha, fulfilling a promise to an Omega will cost him one of his ball and a maybe half of the other. We'll see if he's as crazy for me as he says. You're on trial, Bakugo Katsuki. 2-0, hey. Deku, right. Midoriya I correct. My name's not Deku, that's how your buddy calls me to make fun of me. Oh. Does, embarrassed, sorry, it's okay, don't worry I make a nonchalant gesture. I know his and but, anyway. He lets out a small chuckle, looking at Kaminari in a nervous way. Well, oh. We brought dinner for you, Denki said you like soba, is that okay? 12 Yeah, it's perfect, thank you. Sure. By the way, Kirishima says, holding out his hand to me. I take it, nodding. Kirishima, yeah, I already heard a thing or two about you. He chuckles once again, nervous this time. Denki, as he grins and rolls his eyes at me, says, I'm going for some glasses, can you set the table? We both do, letting him go then to our small kitchen. The two of us then kneel on the table, quietly taking the things out of the bag. However, it doesn't last long, 'cause it's he who, in a low voice, asks, can I ask you something? What about? I answer, unconcerned, continuing with my own task. Well, Bakugo, was he here? I frown, now looking at him, confused. I discreetly try to sniff, but it's impossible now, I sprayed a lot of scent blockers. Why you ask so? Well it still smells a bit like him. I narrow my eyes, something tells me he's lying. It does. Emin does, nodding. It's almost undetectable but, well, it's my pack, you know, his scent is easy for me to recognize and… I do, I still don't believe it, but let's make him think I do. Well, yeah, he was here. Why? No, it's nothing, just curious. Did he come to do something to you? My face immediately shows my utter astonishment. I don't know if he's asking for my own good or his, but it's not difficult to realize that if he asks, it's for a reason. After all, he lives with him and knows him well. Why you ask so? Well, he's just pauses and sighs. I don't know. He has talked about you a lot and I don't quite know how desperate he is to get your attention. He usually doesn't put much of an effort to look for a mate, you know. And, well, he hasn't shut the hell up about you. I chuckle, looking genuinely. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's not to do him a favor or that you think I walk around talking stuff about my pack, it's just, I don't know, he has been so out of his own since he saw you again. I don't know that much about your relationship or about you, but you seem to be someone important in his life and it's hard for him to show how much he really cares for people. It's an unknown space for me, so I was worried he could do something stupid with you. I give him a smile, not letting his words drill into my head too much. I know well what I should keep and what I shouldn't overthink, so I just refrain to tell him, you have nothing to worry about, Kirishima, I know very well how to defend myself. And when I see Cammy come back from the kitchen with the glasses, I add, I thought by now you would know well how omegas are like. Especially me and Cammy. He lets out a chuckle, looks at the other omega and, smiling, says you're absolutely right, my Doria. Sometimes I think I should watch more my back with you two than with any alpha. Cammy so arrives with us, kneels down and, smiling, looks from one to the other to say the threat started this soon. I chuckle, shrugging, and to brush off the topic, say I was just telling this alpha if he lets out a single wrong word with you, he'll end up with no ball and maybe without his legs too. Denki lets out a laugh, looking at me with a lot of love. Nothing more than what he now knows. What the hell did they do to you in that school, Deku? His eyes stay on mine, but not for long enough. Because he lowers his head, and not out of shame, neither to him nor to me, but towards the world itself. That school, Bakugo, was a training to enter hell. I take a moment. It's hard for me to stop my head from thinking about every single possibility of what could have happened there. What did they do to you? He snorts, he tightly smiles, but only to know how long he endured right there. What they didn't do to me would have been easier to answer. What the hell does that mean? He sighs, sees his hands, plays with his fingers, wiggles his toes, occasionally scratches his head, all of it while thinking what in all the hell is easier to say. You don't need to know what happened there, Bakugo murmurs, finally, with slow marked steps, going in the direction of the door. I just hope it helps you to know it was 10 times worse than what I went through with you. My heart begins to burn. My heart looks at him, there, broken, as if he were glued with some cheap glue, knowing his complete, strong, functional and stable but he's not healed. I know that, I know him, I've known him longer than I know myself. He's not okay. And I know he wouldn't be better with me, but I refuse so bad to see him like this. I don't want to talk anymore, Bakugo, it's better if you go now. I don't want to go, Deku. Bakugo, seriously, I don't have the strength to fight you anymore, please, just go. He reaches the door, and as soon as he grabs the handle, I run to him, closing the wood and standing in front of him, eyes meeting his below, all dead. The light that someday when we were brats is no longer there, and I haven't been able to see it again for many, many years. Get out, he orders. I don't want you here. I don't want to go looking at you like this. How? Snaps, his eyes moist, knowing he's holding himself not to burst into tears like he has done for so many years. Broken. Shattered. With no life. That's how I am, Bakugo. That's how you left me so many years ago. I never wanted to break you, Deku. I just wanted you to be mine, damn it. Exactly. You just wanted me to be yours. You were just hoping I was a thing you could bill in your name, weren't you? A toy you could put together and take apart when you want. You're saying bullshit, Deku, that's not it. You're just contradicting yourself, you idiot. You wanted me to be your Omega, right? Of course. And what is an Omega? It's someone destined to be with an Alpha. And that was always me. Oh yeah. Who says it? It certainly is me. And what I say doesn't matter or what? You do what you're told, you act as you're said, and you speak what I order. That's how it worked, that's how you were okay with, and that's what you dealt with every day back then. Deku, why the hell are you having such a hard time accepting it? 'Cause I never wanted you. Yells. He yells at me so loud it makes my own inner alpha small. Do you think I liked being beaten? To be grabbed by the hair and be thrown like a sum to the ground. Do you think it felt good to get your kicks in my stomach every day? Are you stupid? I was a 15-year-old alpha, Deku, that's how I was supposed to act. 5, you weren't even an alpha back then, you idiot. You've been acting like that since you were 6. That was the real world, Deku. That's the world you lived in and keep doing so. Stop being a thing PP and take it the F up. His chest rises and falls. I know he's furious, obsessed, almost rabid. I even feel his longing to rip my head off and end this discussion right here and right now. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Get out of my home. I'm not going. I said get out. And I said no. 2. His breathing is now more heavier than it was a minute ago, looking at me with so much hate there can be in his entire body and being. What do you want from me, Bakugo? I want you to be mine. You wanna F, blurts out, his voice harsh, as if he had already found a solution to get him out of one of his hells. Okay, says, and in the next second, his shirt were already completely off his body. What are you doing? We gonna F so you leave me the F alone. After you've come, I don't want to know anything else from you. What? You wanna play the alpha that can get everything you want, don't you? Well, you have it now, take off your PP and get to work. I don't have time to waste. Move. Wait dash, no, I'm done with you, and trust me, if I have to let you in my butt so you can get off of my life, then I'll do whatever it takes. At this point, trust me, one more F will make absolutely no difference in my life. I see him unbutton his briefs, I see him take them off, I see him walk to the nightstand near his bed, get lube and protection, and come back to me. And I'm standing here by the door not knowing how to stop him. What? Are you that useless? Does, takes my arm and pulls me to the couch, throwing me there with a shove, rides me and then moves his butt on top of my PP. Don't tell me you're not getting hard, Bakugo, don't be so mediocre. Wait, I don't. You don't what? I don't want to. What the F do you mean you don't want to? Not like this. I won't do this with you this way. And then, he laughs. He bursts out laughing, and looks at me, as if I just said the biggest bullshit in the entire world. You're kidding me, aren't you? I'm not. No, really, you must be kidding me, affirms, his chest beginning to rise and fall again in pure desperation. No, Deku, I can't, not like this. Not with you. He sees me. He looks at me, directly, without missing my eyes a single second, much less lowering his head. And so, his eyes fill with tears. Yeah, I get it now. I frown, confused. What? And he lets out a laugh. A laugh, along with a tear running down his entire face. My heart feels something. Like that feeling you get when you think something bad is about to happen. Like when a car is about to crush you. Or a bullet to be shot. Or a lightning to fall. That's how I feel right now, watching him laugh and cry. You want me to yell at you to leave me, don't you? My heart races. I know what's next. Deku, you want me to run, to beg you to let me go, to fight for my life so your PP can get hard, isn't it? Do, listen to me dash, is that what you're waiting for? To beg you until I'm unconscious so you can stop touching me. 'Cause that's what you did that day in middle school. You rap dash I got into rut, Deku. 7 His breath hitches, his eyes fill with yet more tears as confusion paints across his face. What? The day I touched you without your consent. I got into my first rut. He looks me straight in the eye, in a silence so tense and hurting I feel it could make my ears bleed. You're lying. No, I answer, shaking my head, without losing sight of his eyes so he can fully see I'm telling the whole truth. I know sometimes I overdid it with you, but it was the only way I knew how to act, and you yourself saw how those days I was more aggressive than usual. I knew my rut would appear soon and, well, it was that day. I don't quite remember what I did to you, but I know it was wrong. It's been on my conscience ever since, and all this time you just never let me tell you I came up as an alpha that day. For more silence. A silence that seems to be charging me all these years I didn't really have the ball to apologize. So far. I still don't have them. You didn't penetrate. 2 I clench my fists, my eyebrows meeting at a midpoint, my eyes never leaving his. I didn't. Shakes his head. I don't think so. Whispers. His head moves, looking a point in the middle of nowhere, while tears run down his face without even asking for it, the simple memory of that day making him almost completely lose his reason, even though he keeps talking. You were just sniffing my neck and kept asking why I didn't smell to anything murmurs, and I kept telling you I still hadn't came up yet. You bit me too, but it didn't work. So. I murmur, what a shitty voice I have. What did I do? I just remember feeling your fingers get inside my clothes and the bite on my nape, then I passed out. I guess after that your first wave ended and you took me home. Yeah, I say, nodding. I remember I saw you lying half naked and I got scared. I thought me too, whispers, looking to a different spot. My mom told me you took me home and without saying a word you ran away. When I woke up I checked myself and I didn't have anything wrong with my entrance so. All this time I assumed you had some compassion for me. I shouldn't even have locked you in that classroom in the first place, I say, or rather, my mouth speaks for itself. It wasn't compassion, inside of me I knew I couldn't do that to my Omega. A little more silence. He keeps looking at nothing. And I can't stop looking at him. No matter how long it takes, I know I want him, no one else but him. I'm sorry, Deku. 6 does, like just coming back from the off-planet trip. I huff, watching his eyes slowly focus on me, confused, as if he hadn't heard what I said at all. I know this is my chance to tell him I haven't said anything. But the fact he didn't listen to it doesn't make me happier. On the contrary, it lets me know I don't need absolutely nothing more than him hearing those words from me. So, I take his face, this face I've dreamed so much to touch like this, I look at those emerald orbits with which I've been in love since I can remember, and clearly and concisely tell him, please, forgive me. What for exactly? Whispers. So low that the fear of his voice almost touched my skin. For everything. For his eyes fill with tears once again, and one of them runs down his cheek and collides with my own hand. It lets me know right away my inner alpha doesn't like to watch him cry. He doesn't like to see his tears, doesn't like to see him sad, hates with all his might that his Omega looks this bad. Forgive me for making you think I hated you. I murmur, caressing his skin, feeling its softness. I'm sorry I made you feel sad, I'm sorry I made you leave my side for so long, I'm sorry I stop, I clear my throat, it's so hard to talk with security right now, I'm so sorry I made you hate me. A sob comes out from the bottom of his throat, trying with his arm to cover his face from me, the tears falling one by one on my own hands still holding his cheeks. And then he lets it all out. Absolutely everything. The room is flooded with tons of his pheromones of distress, angst, anxiety. By pure inertia I put his face on my neck, releasing my own relaxing and comforting scent, absolutely all the pheromones I have for him, for my omega, for the piece of my heart that I just haven't been able to take care and provide the way he wants. 5D I murmur, in a soft voice, trying not to startle him, tell me what I have to do to make you mine. 2 It takes him a few to drain everything, to continue expelling everything he surely kept for years, forbidden from thinking, from looking for an answer or completely refusing to want to know one. But when he gives me one, my heart completely loses its color. He shakes his head, slow, calm, but completely firm. Don't tell me no, I beg you not to tell me no. And he denies again. My heart shrinks, cracks, feels an emptiness it hasn't felt since the day I was told he left home. I can't, whispers. He barely whispers. I can't, Bakugo. I can't be yours. Dish not like this, whispers again, sinking deeper into my neck, sniffing as much as he can, snuggling here, into my skin, close to me. Not until you're clear I'm not an object, nor a property. Not until you understand I will never in life prefer you above myself, not until you change your idea of thinking you can't treat me as your equal, and not until you accept me as a human being first, and not as an omega. 10 My inner alpha yells, shouts so loud inside my head to say yes, to promise and swear to him I will do absolutely anything he asks. In his eyes. Well, now he knows if that day comes, he can look for one leg with you and the other one with me. Hey! Denki shuts up what he was telling me, frowning and looking at something behind me, and points. Confused I turn to look, looking then at the owner of my most recent sleeps and nightmares striding across campus, reaching us in a matter of seconds. He gets here, stands in front of me, and with his eyes up, says hi. I grin, almost wanting to laugh at the dumb face he has right now. What's up, Bakugo? Where you going to? Class. What building? F5 Want me to help you with that? Asks, reaching his hands to the books I carry. 1 I'm fine, you need something. Confused, replies no. So? Well I just, saw you and wanted to see you more closely. I let out a chuckle, not believing he doesn't just look dumb, he's actually one. Am I that good looking? 2 I'm not that sure, gotta see you all says, smirking, moving to try to see my butt. Hey! I snap, taking a step back. F you. He lets out a laugh. It's so weird to hear him laugh in a way that isn't sinister, sarcastic, or boastful. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't need some help. You had lunch already. I see back to Cammy, but he's looking the other way, his super annoyed face. He hates Bakugo 1,000 times more than I do. No, not yet. We have a break in 2 more classes, so for now we'll have to keep up with some sweets. Candies, really? I'd like to have some caffeine but there's no time so, yeah, only sweets. Sounds like a shitty food, so you'll have to compensate. I'll get you something to eat by the time you're done with your classes, announces, moving his hand into his briefs pocket, pulling out his phone. I'll call you to find out where you are and give you something worthy, type. He hands me his phone, the digits ready to be typed. I stare at him for a second, incredulous, not believing he's really putting on quite a show to get my number after just 1 day of talking about us. He looks like putting some ball of an effort into it with no time to waste, so I pick it up and click, leaving my number ready for him to save it however he wants to. However, it's not enough, 'cause he then puts the phone on his ear. I let out a laugh, unable to believe his DMN ball. You really think I'm that shitty? He grins, nodding, waiting for my phone to ring so he can be sure and hang up. I can't know anything for sure with you, although I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you give it wrong. I laugh, rolling my eyes. You better bring me some meal worthy of my number. Got it, Bakugo. It'll be worth of it, and plus a photo of that butt of yours, I can swear it. One I let out a full laugh, not really believing he just said that. Look. You have a sense of humor. And he, again, laughs. It makes me feel something in my body, weird chills. Super weird ones. You. Of course I have a sense of humor, 𝐵𝐴𝐶𝐷. I open my mouth to say something else, however, my baby's throat clears too loudly to be a coincidence, so I simply return to the present, taking a step back and saying, I gotta go to class now. Okay, how much time do I have until your break? 3 hours. Hour and a half per class. No, one of this one and 2 of the following. Okay, I'll call you then. I say, turning to leave. However, as soon as I take a step forward, his hand stops me, grabbing my arm and spinning me back. He puts his hand on my nape and stands in front of me. What? I ask, terribly confused and, to be honest, raising my alerts. Gimme some. Here. Your scent, says, firm and sure, moving the thumb of the hand he has on my neck. I wanna smell you. Too, and the chills run through me like crazy again. I snort, roll my eyes and, letting out a little bit, say, you're such a creep. But he smiles instead. I hate him. See why then, he says and removes his hand, taking steps backwards while he never stops looking at me. I hope you get that call the first time, cause I don't wanna be looking for you like a moron. I laugh and roll my eyes. I open my mouth to say something back, but I just got speechless. He puts his hand on his nose, inhaling it without taking his eyes off me for a single second, catching as much of my stuck scent as he can in his palm. He gets his hand off and, with that stupid smirk, says, a little bit more of that scent and I could get hard. I let out a DMN laugh, now not holding back from showing him my middle finger, back to my initial way, watching him with that smirk before laughing with that shitty ugly laugh, and turn around. I take a couple of steps, my head thinking 10, 100, 1,000 things rolling like a hamster cage about things I hate thinking right now. Wait. Without a single second to waste, I turn back, almost automatically. I see him run fast until he gets back to my side, stops, takes my hand and puts something on it. Don't eat that much 𝐶𝐲𝐵, you hear? Says, as soon as I take what he gave me, runs back in the direction he came from. I frown, looking at what he just gave. A cereals and red fruits bar. I love red fruits. DMNU, Bakugo. I so hate you. Midoriya. I do, leaving my things to see who just called me. Someone's looking for you, says my classmate, pointing to the door. I frown, confused. I see Denki, shrug about who could be, and ask, can you finish getting my stuff? I'm sure is one of my buttes. He chuckles, rolling his eyes. There it goes, one more heartbreak. I giggle, give him a spank, and head down the steps to the door. I hope it's that black-haired Bakugo's friend, he had a real good prick. Though I know it isn't him, I'm sure this shithead threatened him so he wouldn't be after me or something like, Bakugo. I ask, confused, looking at him leaning against the wall. This is getting creepier, you stalker. He grins and rolls his eyes. Shut up, I just came to get you this, says, handing me 2 cups of coffee. One's for your flea. So you can make it the next class, your face looks like SHT. I chuckle, not quite knowing what to say. I'm not saying thank you, I didn't ask for it. Gimme your arm. Here. Your arm, he repeats, holding out his hand. Why? Just give it to me. Don't be intense, dude. He sighs, looking up at the roof and says, can you do one single thing I ask you? So far I've done plenty of those, don't push your luck. One more doesn't hurt, then. I let out one more sigh, rolling my eyes and barely stretching out my arm. So he takes it, and with his other hand, starts rubbing his wrist with mine. Hey! I snap immediately, wanting to get him off. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't send me, you dips hit dash. That if the one who called you was staring at your butt, says, giving a couple more rubs and letting me go. I don't like anyone to stare at you, at least that way they'll know who's kicking the SHT out of them if it happens again. Bakugo, I know. No possessiveness, I know, but deal with it just this time, I'm trying, okay? I let out one more deep sigh, looking up at him, not quite sure if it's okay to let it be this time. Don't do it again without asking first, understood? He grins, raising his hands in innocence, taking a step back. You're the boss. I snort in amusement, then turn around. You're lucky you hit it with the black coffee, otherwise it'd be in your face now. You've always liked the strongest one, Deku. You and 𝐭𝐴 are some maniacs for caffeine, I could never forget that. I reach the door frame, turning to look at him, smiling incredulously. You're being really annoying today, you know. He chuckles. That's how you want it, that's how it'll be, Deku. I look at him for a sec, I roll my eyes and without further ado, enter the classroom. Move your butt, Midoriya. The next class is like 2 miles away and what's that? I giggle, walking over to my baby, waiting for him to take his books so I can hand him one of the coffees. It's the power of my butt. 7 who you have so in love they have to get me one too, here. If I tell you, you'll spit on the coffee and throw it out the window. He laughs, looking at it, then at me, then at the coffee, then at me, and shrugs. I couldn't deny one of this to even the demon itself and takes a sip, making a sound of total pleasure, and says, and it's on the perfect temperature, dude. Really, who's the dumb? I smirk, I take my things and, while I go downstairs, tell him, you just said it, Cammy. It's from the demon. It takes him a while to process it, think about it, realize it, and then cough. Is this from Bakugo? I finish going downstairs, wait for him to be by my side, take a sip, and shrug. I told you he was making an effort. I laugh, oh, shut up. You're so DMN cheap that with that coffee you'll lower your annoyance at him. For he makes a face, looks at the coffee for 2 seconds, takes one more sip, and says, I'll just skip this one because next class is boring as hell. I just want to see the son of a beach at the black-haired party, 'cause he only plays the perfect alpha with you, but with his friends the whole game's gonna come to an end, and that will be enough for you to F this all once and for all. I shrug, thinking about it too. Who knows? But there'll be plenty of PP if he even says one wrong word, isn't it? He chuckles, looking at me with full adoration. That's my slot. I laugh too, take a sip, swallow, and say, you know what? I actually was wishing that the one who was looking for me was that dipshit, the black-haired 1-inch. He laughs, what? Why? That BS'd just looks at your butt from afar, he's such a PP when you're near. Yeah, I know, it's just, you know, he has a super good PP and I kinda wanted him to go all the way on that party. He looks at me smiling, not believing the level of where I've lately had. He snorts, takes one more sip and, shrugging, tells me, well, that just means you found the perfect candidate in case Bakugo lets out one of his shitty red flags at that party. You ready? I nod, taking one last look in the mirror. Just need your opinion about something. Sure, what is it? Says Cammy, looking himself in the mirror too. Does my butt looks okay with this jeans? 'Cause I'm not sure, I wanna look yummy. He stops looking himself, to let out a big laugh, turning to watch me, putting his hand there and squeezing in a dirty and nasty way one of my butt cheeks. Leaves a kiss on my shoulder and says, you're the demon yummiest omega in the world, Midoriya, shut up. I giggle, pulling apart to look at him too, eating him with my gaze. He's so DMN appealing. Can I have a kiss? All you want, he says, and then lets a peck on my lips, then another one, and one more. You're so precious. 7 I smile at him, take his face and leave one more kiss on his lips, not believing he's right here next to me, but not in the way I'd wish to. 2 God is so unfair. He lets out a chuckle, hugs my waist and keeping me close to him and his eyes, murmurs, I know. But this isn't the time to whine about it, it's time to be Wes. I smile a little more, nodding and leaving one last little kiss, give him a spank and pulling apart, I blurt out, let's get but wasted tonight. But DMN wasted. But full wasted. We both then burst out laughing. I put my arm around his shoulders and, having everything we need, leave our bedroom, walking directly to the one full of shitheads. Denki and I, for a while back then, like in the middle of high school, tried something. Something we knew from the beginning wasn't going to work, but still our stubborn personalities made us try it anyway. One Denki Kaminari is absolutely everything I want from a mate, a bond, even a mark, if it were possible. Two, the problem is it isn't possible. Kami is so like me, with whom I got along and fit in my life the most. We're two pieces that fit perfectly, but we're just not from the same puzzle. 3, it's not the same to look for someone you want, that one you actually need. Cause is everything in a man I'd be okay with having, but that isn't what I need as a person. I know it because he can't shut me up when I've talked too much, cause he doesn't know how to calm me down when I yell everything I shouldn't. Cause he doesn't limit me when I myself know I need a limit, and because he can't satisfy me when every month my stomach burns to have someone to take care of me and give me everything my body and mind need. Sometimes it worked, but only because I was trained to control not so strong heats. However, it hasn't always been like that. I know in my normal, healthy, clear state, he could give me anything I physically and sexually want, but just by nature, he can't give me more than that. Physically and mentally, I need someone strong, DMNT and protective. It's not what I want as a human, but I know as an Omega that's what I need. "Hey there!" shouts a bunch of familiar faces, walking a few meters away. "Are you going to the party?" "Yeah." Kami shouts, gesturing for them to come. "Hey there, why you didn't call us to be there together?" The few Omegas of our new and recent pack come to us, a couple of betas with them, arriving here, quickly saying hi and, being Ema, answers to Kaminari. "I've been practicing what Izuku told us, doing things for ourselves without locking up and stay in the scare, even if they're small things, but I feel like it's really helping me a lot, you know. And, well, we didn't really know if we were coming, this is kind of a last-minute decision." "Oh, that's great," I say, really proud, walking together at a calm pace to the building. "Really AO, how you've been feeling?" So much better. I just asked Mina to help me with this exercise you told us about, having a beta instead of an alpha with you to understand it's not really security what we feel when having them close, but the pure mentality of making us believe we can't do anything for ourselves and depend on them, and geez, I've been so comfortable. By the way, this is Mina. Mina, Izuku, the head of the pack. 2-0. So you're the famous Izuku Midoriya, here. Greets, with a genuinely happy energy. "I've heard so much about you. You're so much prettier than what people say out there." I let out a giggle, shaking my hand, as if that way I could take my shyness away. "Oh, thank you. You look amazing too, really, that color looks really cool on you." "Thank you." Snaps back, continuing to walk while glancing. "So, you already know what to drink." I look at Denki, smiling and, shrugging, it's him who says whatever strong as hell is fine. "Stay close to me until you find Kirishima, okay?" I whisper to Denks, taking his hand and squeezing it tight, lifting my head so all the dipshits staring at us don't see I'm actually freaking out inside. "Okay," he whispers back, looking at his phone and answering it with one hand, "I guess." I told him I'm here. "What about you?" asks, as soon as the device returns to his breathes. "What about me?" "Did you say Bakugo, where are you?" "That beach doesn't even know I'm in the party, dude." 7, he lets out a laugh, looking at me in disbelief. "You still don't bend even a little bit, here." I snort a little in amusement, shaking my head and finding a good next target with my eyes. "Well, what can I tell you, Cams? You know how's the matter?" He does, nodding, not taking his eyes off me. "You like him but you don't want to like him." More like, my head doesn't allow me to like him. "You still have some SHT plenty. It's all there inside my brain. If you could get into it you'd say like, yo, this is gross." He chuckles, squeezing my hand and getting even closer to me, resting his cheek on my shoulder. "Oh, baby." "I know," I say, nodding. "I don't like it, but past can't change. But love can do it." "Love doesn't cure mental illness, Kami." 5, but helps you to heal in the process, you know. I sigh, nodding, looking at him lovingly. "I know. First-hand thanks to you." He smiles, leans in to leave a little kiss on my cheek, and whispers, "I'm here until the end, you hear? No matter what, I'll always be here for you." I smile, my inner 𝐒𝐿 feeling so happy, calm and safe in the arms of his equal. But my eyes on that blonde don't last long, because as soon as a redhead shouts a hey, they leave me to see him. "Hey!" Denki shouts back, raising his free hand to greet Kirishima, watching him pass through the crowd until he gets here, never leaving my hand in his. "Oh, Midoriya," he says, surprised, "I didn't know you'd come too. Bakugo said you didn't seem that interested." "Yeah, well, I got interested a sec ago," I lie, smiling. "How are you?" "All great. Want me to get you something to drink?" "What why want?" Dunno," Cammy says, looking at me shrugging and totally letting him choose. "Wanna try this one?" says the other, giving him his glass. "Oh, sure," nods, letting go of my hand to take the plastic, drinking a bit and making a noise of liking. Tastes really good, can you do one for us?" "You're the boss," tells him, smiling, gesturing then for us to follow. So the three of us walk behind his back to have the same drink, making our way until we get to the place. As soon as he has the things, prepares them, and we chat and laugh until it's done. The three of us talk a while longer here, but as soon as there's a small silence and a huge SXL tension between these two, I lean over to Denki to whisper, "I'll go to get my prey of the night. You call me if you need me." Smiles, nodding. "Watch your butt, I'll be where you ask me if you need me too, okay?" "Sure," and I give him a last kiss on the cheek, turning around to walk through the crowd. When I don't see anything good and tasty, I just stand here, leaning against a wall, drinking from my plastic, watching the available buttes and looking for one that hasn't fed me already. However, when I find one, I feel my insides burn in a way I didn't think could hurt. Bakugo's there, a few meters away, arms crossed and bottle in hand, chatting with a girl I already know from the economics department, so I know she's an 𝐿. She's clearly flirting with him, you can tell from miles away, and it's not her I blame, but him when smiles at her, gets close to her face and makes her giggle flirtatious. So, he brings his bottle to her, offering. She takes it, drinks, and gives it back, he taking a sip of it without cleaning the glass. My demon's stomach burns in a way I hate it to, and it gets even worse when he cups her chin, tilts her face up and brushes his demon thumb across her lips. I know I shouldn't be bothered. I know we're nothing. I know I'm doing the same thing right now, and if I get to F any DM in person I wouldn't give a SHT about his feelings, but it just sizz me off so much to know I can't control this shitty feeling in the pit of my stomach. I take a deep breath, put my head up and push all back to walk the other way. If I see him doing one more thing I won't be able to control my head anymore. I walk through the crowd, paying no attention to the mutters, the looks, the comments, the alphas calling my name. I ignore everyone, cause as soon as I see someone not wanting to look back at me, I know I found my revenge and challenge of the night. "Hey," I greet, pointing to the sofa and its empty space. "May I?" Yeah, sure, go ahead." I grin at him, and even when there's more space, I sit down with my butt close to him. "Your name was, MH, you know." He looks at me for a sec, lets out a small chuckle and, looking straight ahead to avoid my eyes, says, "You're so funny, 𝐿. So it's DOS." He snorts in amusement, gives me a little look and, bringing the bottle of beer to his mouth, says, "Do you really know Spanish or you just know the numbers to make fun of me?" I let out a flirtatious giggle, sipping my drink as well and shrugging. "I know how to speak 3 more languages, Spanish is not as difficult as they say it is." 9, you think so? To be honest, no, it's hard as hell. He laughs louder this time, leaning back more comfortably, giving occasional peeks now. "So, we meet again, here. It seems like. Where's your alpha? I thought you weren't that interested in sneaking into my dorm." I tilt my head, fake confused. "My alpha? You know what I'm talking about, 𝐿. "Well, no," I shake my head, taking one more sip of the strong and blessed drink Kirishima mixed with like 6 different liquors ready to hit me. "If you're talking about your lil friend, then I think you're not that compadres cause I am not his 𝐿. He frowns, really confused. "Weren't you dating?" And even with this stupid discomfort in my stomach, I sigh, using this opportunity to see if I finally hit it with this craving I had since long ago with the famed Hispanic alcoholic and pothead alpha Zero Hunter. Well, apparently we're just playing that cause I just saw him ready to SCK another Omega's butt. One, and so he looks at me, staying in my eyes to say, "Are you freaking serious?" And I drink some more, nodding. Apparently I'm free again to give my butt to whoever in front. And knowing full well it was the most direct hint, I lean back, looking ahead for when he grow the ball to get me out and F me. It takes a few seconds. Little more than I'd like. Of course that my win comes when he says, "So this means we can finish what we left back then." And I, grinning, stand up, stretching out my hand for him to stand with me. As soon as he takes it, jumps to his feet, walking and almost dragging me at a fast pace to where I guess his room is. He pulls his key out of his briefs when we get to the door, opening, entering and closing behind right later to, the next sec, pin me against the wall and eat my lips. His tongue goes through all the space he has inside me, his hands with no time to waste take my waist, squeezing me hard to then go to my butt, using those holy big hands I forgot how good they used to feel. You have no damn clue how many nights I JRK off thinking about this moment. I let out a laugh, put my hands on his chest and pushing him back to the bed, tell him, "You'll probably do it more often after you get into my butt." He chuckles too, letting me push to sit him. I climb on top of him, kiss him hard once again. He leaves a couple of bites on my lips, a lot of his kisses combined with drool and alcohol, and the occasional wet likes on my neck, while his hands travel under the fabric of my shirt. It literally takes him nothing to undress me, and he just takes off his shirt, lets me unbutton his briefs and pull down the fabric of his boxers to get all that huge boy I already got into my throat. No, he stops, taking my shoulder when I'm about to bend down to give him one more BLWJB. I don't want anyone interrupting us like last time, I want your butt now. I smirk, shrugging then. As you wish. So he reaches for a condom in his nightstand, rips the plastic with his teeth and put it on while I give my own boy a few jazz down there, watching him put it on. As soon as he's ready, he grabs my hips, literally pulls me up with one arm around my waist, and with the other hand lines his PP at my entrance, to slowly slide it in. You feel way better than I thought. You're such a good Omega. I let out an agitated giggle, cause. Yeah, even though I've fed plenty of times now. It does hurt if they don't prepare me first. And with the clear rush of this son of a beach, I have to deal with it this time. A sigh from both of us comes out when he's completely inside, and with the hand he no longer needs to use, grabs my neck, leaves a hard kiss on my lips, and murmurs, "Let me smell you, I'll go crazy if I don't have that scent one more time." And without holding back, I stop retaining my own nature, releasing everything I've had stored since we got here, letting his nose slide down my neck, his lips kiss there, and his tongue like my gland, while his hand is still on my waist, making me go up and down on his PP inside. It feels so good. It feels so good that lets me know once again that having decided this course in my life was the best that, as an Omega, I could find to survive in this world of SF. I understand everything now, he murmurs, his voice deep and raced, speeding up my moves with his hands on my hips. Everything. Why's everyone so crazy about you? I grin, trying to control my breathing and the MMs I can't hold back by feeling so good. Does my butt feel that amazing? He smirks, SCKs my lip, and holds it between his teeth, never taking his eyes off. It feels way better than amazing, and that DMN scent makes it even better. I chuckle, but say no more, speeding up my swaying on top of him, gasping and aiming at the wonder of a good F and a good PP. I swear next time I'll eat your butt up, you hear? That's my next goal, he murmurs, grabbing my face and kissing me hard, tight and with a lot of that possessiveness that as much as I hate in a normal context, here I just love it. However, some specific words leave me thinking, with a strange feeling. The next time. It stays in my head, while a squeaky, mocking voice in the back laughs and yells it won't be a next time. So, just to shut it up and stop thinking about it, I push him to lay on the bed, I put my hands on his chest to support myself, not wanting to lengthen our time any longer, I quick the pace, tighten my hips, let more pheromones come out to flood him and me and get this over with. So, as soon as the room is nothing more than sounds of our skin crashing, whines, mmms and gasps, he comes inside the LTX, and I too let out my own white liquid on his abdomen and a bit more on mine. We heavily breathe, he puts his hands behind his neck and, enjoying the view in the silence, we gradually recover. But then I see his face, I see his eyes and I see his body shouting his second gender with all its might, reminding me and my conscience who's his pack, who's his head and with whom his loyalty is. So, without saying a word, I lean over to take a tissue from his nightstand, cleaning him and me, then pulling his member out. I sit on the edge of the bed, bending down to grab my clothes and put them back on in the silence. I also hear how he sits, takes the condom off, throws it, and adjusts his breathes too. When I have everything done, I sigh, without removing that last image left in my head, I ask, "How long have you known Bakugo?" And he, taken by surprise, clears his throat, brings his hands to his head to put off his hair tie, and while combing it, answers, "A couple of years, we went to the same high school." "How did you become part of his pack?" Well, it was quite natural, all the alphas of the class did, there isn't much of a story behind. "I see," I whisper, nodding, returning my gaze to the front, blanking me out but words echoing my head. "Why you ask?" "It's nothing," I mutter, shaking my head. "You sure?" says, stands up, walks until he stays in front of me and, watching him with hair down and arms crossed, asks, "Are you okay? What's on your mind?" I shake my head, lowering my eyes again. It hurts so bad to know that even though I try with everything I have, it'll never be what I need it to be. No matter how many alphas I know, how many I F with and how good I can feel, my omega is always yelling at me it's not the right one, that that's not what he wants, it's not enough, that he wants more. And even if I try everything to please that alpha, at the end of the day there will come a time when as an omega I'll be left behind. No matter how much they do, how much they fail, how much they can mess something up, an alpha will always prefer their own people over someone like me. "Okay, Midoriya, listen." He starts, but soon stops. No because he wanted it, but because was forced to after no warning, the door opens. And it's that someone my omega thinks can give him what he needs, the same who ends up slapping him and shouting at him that what a DMN naive he was to believe he could provide him the way he wants. Cause Bakugo walks in, with an omega, his lips on hers. 7 My inner omega crumbles. Even though I warned him 1,000 times, it still hurts to know this would end up happening anyway. "The F, Bakugo," blurts out the voice of his own packmate, not remembering at all he doesn't have a shirt, that I'm in the same room, and that reeks in here of sec and aroused pheromones. But he didn't think, and doesn't seem to care either when his own friend stops having his tongue inside the girl, to look at him, startled and confused. "What are you doing here?" That's my triumphant entrance and exit, cause I show myself with a "What do you think he was doing?" To then, "Get the hell out." Without even looking at his reaction, I walk out of the room, running a hand through my hair, getting into the crowd, stopping to pull out my phone and call my real love. But I don't want to interrupt something good happening, so instead I write a message, telling him I'm going to the dorm, and to let me know if he needs me to come get him. However, I can't even finish writing even half of the message, cause in a blink of an eye, shouts and screams can be heard all into the house, even over the music. They were so loud they had to turn off the speakers to find out what all the fuss was about, everyone gossiping to know what's going on. I don't even need to be told, I know it all as soon as I see everyone walking in the direction of the room I just came out of. And even though I'm scared as hell, I run over there, trying to get through the people, yelling at them to get the F off, pushing everyone until I can get close. Bakugo is on top of 𝐒𝐿, punching him in the face, while the other one, completely covered in gallons of BLD, tries to move so he doesn't leave him worse. "Bakugo!" I yell so loud and so uselessly at a stubborn big-headed JRK who doesn't pay any attention. In another blow he tries to the dark head, his fist bursts on the ground, and that's taken by the other one so that in a blink of a failing, he also hits him back. 𝐒𝐿 gives him 1, 2, 3 blows to the face, until he's able to shake him off, hitting back and drawing as much BLD as he can to defend himself against someone from his own pack. That's precisely what makes more fuss and shouts of people scared by the scene, and just when I decide to run to get on the back of whoever it is and try to pull them apart even if I have to tear a neck with my teeth, someone else's body stops me completely. And not just one, but three. Kirishima, the Bihoti, and one more guy with glasses that I don't know, come straight to take them. Kirishima to 𝐤𝐸 and the other two to Bakugo, immediately knowing why he needs more hands when his face full of rage and claws and fangs totally out, give away why. Let go of me, damn it. Come back, you piece of 𝐸, the dark-haired shouts, full of rage, his fangs just coming out of his mouth, a lot of blood dripping down. You fing bstrd. One am I. You fed my omega, you sht. You fed him even though I told you I'd mark him. No way. Yeah, no fing way. He's more out his goddamn mind than I thought. You. Marking me. I snap, walking into the room, knowing it's safe with two alphas holding the son of a beach. With whose permission? With God's one. 'Cause you're not having fing mine even in the next life, you piece of 𝐸. His eyes flew since the first letter I blurted out, his breathing now so much more hectic than 2 seconds ago, looking at me with hatred, hassle, anger. He doesn't get to say a word though. As soon as the touch of the person I need the most takes my hand, and I see those golden eyes, he knows there's no way I'm staying to listen to 𝐸 he wants to say to me right now. F you, Bakugo. Denki says, turning around with me behind, leading me away and through the crowd until we can exit the dorm, the floor, and, taking the lift, the building. So, as soon as the first wave of cold, overwhelming air hits me hard in the face, I feel like every single emotion hits me the same way. Unable to contain my inner omega, nor myself as a human being, my knees weaken, a wave of tears bursting my eyes without even the strength to stop them. Externally, I'm so ashamed to think that I'm so weak, but in the inside, I plainly know and understand I won't always be able to deal with so many stuff rolling in my head, pretending to throw them away, pretending I don't care, playing the selfless and strong one that can take everything. It isn't wrong to always play strong. But it is wrong to let everyone think nothing can hurt me. I'm here, babe, he whispers, close to my ear, hugging me with arms full of love, warmth, and protection enough to make my heart feel a little better. I am here for you, okay? We can take everything as long as we're together. And having heard that, I can't stop my eyes from crying even more. Because, the truth is, no, we can't take everything. I hate it. What do you hate, baby? Everything. I hate everything. 7. What is it all, love? Tell me what's all, just let it out. Please. My heart pumps even faster when the answers come automatically, not wanting to accept them, much less saying it. I don't want it to hurt this bad. I can't hate him enough to walk away. I blurt, full of DMN tears. I hate he's the one who treated me better out of all the SHT I've been through, and just because of that my stupid omega wants it to be him. It's not okay, I know it's not fing okay, and I don't have the strength to tell myself to let go of him. I know he's not worth my time, Denki. I whisper, sobbing uncontrollably into my own body. I know he's not worth it, but I can't help but think he's the only one who can give everything my omega needs. You really think your omega needs that? He says, annoyed but in a controlled voice. Do you think he needs a stupid JRK who doesn't give a SHT about you? Who just wants you as a DMN whim ready to get and then discard? Your omega doesn't need fing pain or insufficient people. Your omega needs to wait to meet who can really give you all you need, Izuku. Please, it's time to let him go. He is not what you need. He is not and never will be the way he is right now. He has to change, but don't expect to be you who can do that. Put that into your head, Izuku. He won't fing change for you. And just like that, hidden tears inside the depths of my memory finally come out. 'Cause that's exactly what I was afraid to hear. I've known Katsuki Bakugo for more years than I can remember, and in every one of them, in every memory, every moment, even every hour we got to play, talk, study and fight, I plainly know he does not change for anything and anyone. He is like that. He won't change for me. And even though it hurts to hear it from the voice of the person that as a human I want as a mate. Plus I know that's what a life mate is for, to tell you everything you don't want to hear, and still be your safe place for you after you fall for it. Katsuki, I can't take it anymore. I can't. Goddammit, Deku, answer the phone. I don't know where he is. I don't know who he's with. I don't know anything. And I can't take it anymore. I can't demon shut my inner alpha screaming like a demon maniac to know any single thing about him. Bakugo. The F do you want? I blurt out, looking at 4 eyes just coming in my dorm. I found him. Where? I automatically say. I don't care where or how, I just know I have to go anywhere he is. Musutafu, with his mother. Stupid idiot, how the hell didn't I think of it? I owe you both a big one, is the only thing I say, running, taking the keys, a coat, and leaving this school. I haven't heard one single thing about him in 2 entire nights. After getting the whole stupid people off me for beating Hunter's face, I went to Deku's dorm. By then he was no longer there. Not even Kaminari. I called him 100 of times to talk, to explain, to apologize. I was ready for anything, but he just disappeared from the face of the earth that very night. I looked for him everywhere, even Kirishima called Kaminari to ask, but he simply told him he had to be with Deku now and eventually would say what was going on. So, with no more than that, the two disconnected from everywhere. I searched by sky, sea, and land where he was, asked his building caretaker, the whole university, teachers, the DMN principal, everyone, and I just found nothing. However, 4 eyes have people with rank all over the country, so he went straight to ask the principal, where I guess could finally take the info out. I don't know how, but I don't honestly give a SHT. I get in the car, turn it on, and with absolutely nothing else to wait, I head straight home. My hands are trembling, I feel the back of my neck building up loads of that shitty pheromones I hate to have. I want to scream as much as I can until he hears me, until he gets to know I'm here, that I came for him and that no matter how much he wants to make everyone thinks he doesn't want me, I know he does, and this is probably why he's gone. I take a deep breath, bring my hand up, and with just a few knocks, ask on the door. I hear footsteps, but no more, there's no noise inside, so I don't know if it's just 𝐒𝐭 here and they gave me the wrong information. I don't know, and don't find out until a new image of a woman I've known for so long opens the door, eyes wide open, the exact same color as my lost 𝐒𝐿, looking at me with confusion and some surprise too. Katsuki, what? Oh God, what a surprise to have you here. Hi, 𝐒𝐭, I say, feeling everything tense up again. Well, is 𝐻𝐻𝐸 here, by any chance? Oh, 𝐻𝐸, yeah, he came to visit me some days back, he and Denki just went out to get some air, 𝐈𝐶𝐶. Didn't look that well, and, I mean, you got in the same college with him, didn't you? Do you know if something's wrong? Is someone bothering him? I mean, it's just. He came here to rest but he hasn't told me why and he looks so bad that I don't know what else to do. My heart gets that stab I've been so dreading facing, but my ball should be enough to put on my face for him to give me as many slaps as he wants because of what I did. However, 𝐒𝐭 is apparently not aware of absolutely anything. I could swear she's not even aware of the high school she decided to send him to, so not worrying her too much sticking my nose in matters that aren't my business is the best thing I can do now. That's why I tell her, I'm not really sure either, 𝐒𝐭, but I came to see if I could help with something. I don't like him walking around alone, it isn't safe for him or Kaminari. Do you know where they exactly went? Oh, here, to the park a few blocks away, near your old middle school, you remember which one? Yeah, the park. I'm going to look for them, I'll get him back to you, okay? You have nothing to worry about. Okay, whispers, eyes moistening. As an 𝐿 I know she must be a crybaby, but as a mother and, to make matters worse, Deku's mother, of course she is, and a big one. Thank you so much, Katsuki. One, you have nothing to be thankful for, 𝐒𝐭, literally, I should be the one apologizing to her. I'll tell him to call you back, okay? She nods, saying last how nice it was to see me again, and letting me go. I go back to the stairs of the building, going down fast, without a single DMN second to waste. I return to the car, and in it search in the streets in case they're on their way back. When I don't see them on the road, I park then, getting out and looking around for that hair, those freckles, those eyes, whatever can let me know he's here. Until I found him. I don't even think before running with everything I got. One, it takes me absolutely nothing, even though inside of me it felt like eternities to finally reach him, to get close, to have him in front of me. His chest starts to rise and fall, his eyes astonished, in total shock, looking at me even through the body of the other Omega with him standing up, facing me, in complete protection. Dudash, what are you doing here? Interrupts the Omega in front, not even letting me say another word, rage filling his entire body. Wasn't the message clear when we got the F away from you? No, I say, looking at my Omega behind. No, it wasn't clear. If you wanted me to get away from you, then it didn't work. One, listen here, Bakugo dash it's okay. Deku interrupts him, wrapping his arms around himself, standing up from the bench he was sitting on. It's time, Denki. Baby, if you're not ready yet. I am, he assures, nodding, smiling in such a tight, fake smile. I have to, you know I do. The two of them look each other in the eye for a moment, talking with them, with gestures, with their own faces. I don't know what's going on. I'm just 100% sure it's not something good. So the blonde sighs, launches to hug him, to whisper a couple of things and make my Omega nod at some of those, squeezing him tighter, taking as much time as I know firsthand, needs to muster up the courage to speak one of those SHs that, even though I won't like them, I must listen to. I came all the way here for that very reason. I won't screw it up again by shouting at him and claim bullshits. I know I'm the one to blame in here. Kirishima and Zero let me know that. I was the one who had to prove my loyalty to him, not the other way around. I was the one who asked him for a chance, the task was mine. One I have all against, I know and recognized it. He still doesn't even made up his mind to let me be his alpha, nor him being my Omega. If he doesn't even takes the idea of us being mates, I just have absolutely no right on demand him something. For so the two pull apart, Kaminari kisses his cheek, caresses his face and with that, nods, and walks away not saying one more word. My eyes stay glued on him until it's not worth to keep looking at that man. So I see my Omega instead. His face is tired, pale, with no color except for those black circles under those opaque eyes. I want to touch him. I want to assure I'll do my best, to swear I'll do everything right this time. I want to hug him, take him hard and make him never want to leave my side ever again. 5. I need to swear to him that if he gives me one last chance, I will give my all to. I can't do this, Bakugo. Wait. What? No. No, no, no. Deku I start, but he doesn't even let me finish. I can't, mutters, so low, so full of feelings making his eyes wet, not even able to raise the sight to see my DMN face. I thought I could. I thought it'd be a good idea, I thought it'd be nice to try, but the truth is, I just can't. My chest rises and falls, emotions burn me, my limbs feel how my body makes them tremble, I have so much in the back of my neck I want to burst, but I just can't let him smell that scent from me and harm him in any way. Can you tell me why you think you can't? It's a lot of things, actually answers immediately, looking to a point to nothing. And trust me, it's for both you and me. First, I don't even think I'll be able to give my Omega to someone one day. Even though Kami says someone worthy of me will come, the truth is, I don't even believe someone deserves to carry all the SHT I've been carrying for so many years, and that keeps piling up. I have so much that I must solve but that I just can't, cause my conformism tells me I'm fine as I am now, that I know how to take it and how to live acceptably carrying it in a sack on my shoulder. I know what I have is that sack, you know. And I don't need you or anyone else to help me carry it, cause I've been having it for so long I even know how to make it weigh less, and sometimes don't even notice it's on top of me. Pauses. He takes a moment in silence. Silence that I use to think, to try to put myself in his shoes, to try to see all from his eyes, to understand what he's telling me. On the other hand, I know you. Says, finally raising his eyes, staying on mine, as if from the color of my orbits could tell exactly what I am and what he thinks he knows about me. I know you are the most stubborn person besides me that I've ever met. I know you're obstinate and unbreakable and you think everything you do is right. That's why I guess you thought that having me is what you want. I think you got so deep in your head I went the first omega you met, the first you decided you'd have, and the first one you set the goal of having until the day you can fulfill it. I don't blame you for putting me as your target for so many years, Bakugo. But I do blame you for mistaking me for a whim. 'Cause that's what I am to you, and you need to accept that. I want you to realize you don't really want me the way your head thinks, that I'm just a thing on your checklist that for years you haven't been able to mark as done, and now that I'm back here, you want to fulfill it at any cost. 1. You don't want me, Bakugo. You don't respect me, don't cherish me, and pretty sure don't love me. I'm just a fantasy of which. As soon as you make it true, you'll just drop me. I look from one to the other of his eyes, knowing he's talking like an open book, he's trying to fool me. 'Cause, yeah, although I don't want it, I know I have to listen how he feels, what he thinks, and how the hell that brain is making him think all that SHT is the whole truth. You're not a thing whim, Deku. And as soon as I said it, that first tear screaming to be out, runs down his cheek. If it wasn't for his hand taking it away immediately, I'd have done it myself, 'cause there's no way in the world I can see him cry and not want to do something about it. He barely whispers, nodding, taking his eyes away from mine again. I know and I'm completely sure about it. Are you? I snap, hard, feeling the rage combined with pain in my body. How can you be so sure, here? It takes him a second, he breathes, to then speak again. 'Cause you're not risking nothing to get me. Murmurs, tears now coming out in more quantities, and he forces himself to turn around to wipe them away and for me to not watch him doing so. You have nothing to lose, nothing to play, nothing to give me. You were about to F someone else, Bakugo. Snaps, hard, on his own breakpoint. Invite me to go out to eat, say 1 or 2 compliments, send me nice text messages, literally all of it is giving the basics. You don't do anything extra for me, you don't risk anything for me, you won't change anything for me. Haven't I changed? No. Snaps, startling my heart and my anger at the same time. No, you haven't changed a thing. You think I'm stupid. I can smell 𝐒𝐿 in your DMN clothes. Even though we fed, it was so easy for you to forgive him, to pretend like nothing happened and man, super buddies back again, here. That doesn't mean anything. That means everything, you idiot. Snaps again, facing me, putting a finger on my chest and pushing me while he emphasizes one over another thing. 'Cause you haven't stopped talking about my gender the way you used to. 'Cause if your friends talk about any other omega, you don't give a SHT as long as it isn't me, 'cause you're still a possessive SHT. 'Cause if I don't look, you can keep looking at as many omegas as you can, F them, flirt with them, all while I don't look, right? 'Cause you still have the brain settled on marking me as a DMN cow, ready to scream to the whole world that you did it. And trust me, I'd rather die than being someone's toy, fall for shitty promises and being fooled with just a bunch of nice words. I shake my head, 'cause now I am the one who has to take my eyes off him so I don't let go right here and right now. All I want to scream. He's so wrong. But I can't just tell him that, he's gonna get even more upset if I just contradict him and don't explain point by point how wrong he is. I take some totally necessary breaths right now in my lungs to calm down my DMN heart pumping from how mad and conflicted it is. So that as soon as I have absolutely everything in my head, start saying it to him. Do you really think I'm here right now just because you're a whim? He opens his mouth to say something, but I don't let him. He spoke already, and it's my DMN turn. Do you really think I don't know what the hell I want since the moment I met you? Yes, I've said it, shouted it and announced it to the 4 winds if necessary. Everyone knows you're my omega, but not because you're a thing craving. The ego, what other people say, my DMN inner alpha, all of it can SCK my butt. You are the one I want. I chose you ages ago, Deku. I chose you because you're smart, 'cause you have such a DMN appealing smile, not to mention your eyes and those freckles literally all over your body. I chose you as an omega, yes, but as a person I always knew it was you. I already know your personality, your loose mouth, your mood when you're mad, even you being a DMN crybaby all the time. I already know everything about you as a human, Deku, and now I want to get to know you as an omega. Don't try to give me your lecture about knowing me and what I want, cause it is not. You not having the ball to accept that you don't want to take a risk is different. I know what I want and for how long. I've wanted you since we were kids, I wanted you before, I want you now, and I'm sure I'll do it until someone kills me, or until you murder me. As soon as I'm done, he shakes his head, trying with every DMN cell in his body to deny everything I meant with all the truth I have. Oh yeah. He spits, crossing his arms. And what about that Omega, here? You sure must want me as hell to being around every single moving thing. I'm an alpha, Deku. I have needs. 15. He lets out a whole laugh, all full of venom. I love when he gets mad, he scares the CRP out of me, but still love the ball he gets when he's angry. That's not a need, you DMN idiot. You don't die if you don't shove your PP into something. You did the same, and I'm not shitting you about it, am I? And you know why? Cause I don't know what it's to be an Omega. I don't know if you also do it to satisfy yourself, cause you need it, cause. Dunno, you feel like it, or because I'm still not enough for you. I don't know, Deku. That's why I'm not arguing you that. So what? We'll just play an assumptions game. Hurting us because we don't know anything about the other. No, I say immediately. No, of course not. That's why I promised you that Diamond Day I'd change whatever you asked me to, and I'm gonna do it, you hear. So I have to tell you thing by thing what you can or cannot do. It's common sense. You think having sex with someone else would make me happy. Deku, please, listen to what I'm trying to say. What is common sense to you now is not common sense to me. I grew up thinking that Omegas don't have any rights, that they were born to please an alpha in exchange for attention and SXL satisfaction. For me, having sex with an Omega has been literally just that, secretary. I don't know what's necessary for you, Deku. I don't know what you need as an Omega other than protection, food, care and attention. I don't know it, please, understand I'm still trying to figure it out what you need from me. 1. I don't need anything from you. I take in a huge breath of air into my lungs. I rub my face, run my hand through my hair. He's gonna play that role. And won't change it unless I force him myself. You don't. I tell him, my hands on my hips, leaning in to put pressure on him with my eyes. And what about every month? Every heat? Won't you need me? Any alpha can do that task, what makes you think I'd choose you? It pisses me off so much the fact he knows how to make you feel like SHT with only words. He knows how to get into my DMN ball. So what? Not even because I'm putting myself on a silver tray can you give me some benefit. Meh, I've been offered golden trays. 3 okay. Okay, I get it. So you're saying you prefer 100 of BSers to show them your butt, to me, already at your entire mercy. Yeah, basically. No, you don't, I do. You don't. Yes, I do. That's how I've lived for years and can keep doing so. Anytime, anywhere, anyone I want. I let out a big snort in amusement, looking up at the sky. I get it. I already get absolutely everything. You're a coward. Excuse me. You heard it, you're a coward, I repeat, looking straight at him, invading his vital space so he feels cornered and can finally accept it all. You do want me back, Deku. The problem is you don't have the ball to leave that shitty lifestyle. Cause, yeah, you know how to please an alpha and please yourself by using them. You know how to have everything you want with a single word, you know how to stuck, how to get, how to manipulate. And what you're so scared of is to feel that with me you'd have to relearn another way to control me just like the others. And it's not just the fact you're afraid of not knowing how to have me in your hands, but to think you can't even do so. You don't want to make me cause you know damn well I could change all the things you thought you knew and have learned about the alphas. You want to be with me, Deku, I say, voice low, hard, close to that face that drives me so crazy. But at the same time you keep telling yourself you're good as you are. You keep saying over and over again that you can handle everything and everyone, and that way you live okay. Stop repeating that about I can't give you everything you want, Deku. Cause deep down you know I'd move the DMN sun for you, and that's exactly what you're terrified of. You get scared as hell when you realize someone can actually give you everything you repeat to yourself you don't deserve. Just accept once and for all that I know you way more than you think you know me. I finish, and it's just that, what makes him feel like his whole brain is about to explode. It was useless to come here with hundreds of ideas, to leave, to talk to someone who isn't me. After all, I know what I want, I know what I'm willing to give and what I'll do even if it costs me a diamond ball and a half of the other. He looks away, taking a step back and then walking from one point to another, always shaking his head, refusing, trying to erase the words that I'm sure he'll never be able to, not even in the next life. No, mutters, in that murmur I haven't listened to for so long, thinking out loud. No, it can't be, I came here repeating myself 1,000 of times. I was ready for him to give up, I was ready for him to let me live as I know. Well, it's not gonna work, I tell him, startling him, looking at me shocked and embarrassed to know he's back doing that. I know what I want, got it? And that's what I'm saying to you without a single filter. I won't force you to accept me, but if I have to beg you on my knees until you say yes, then I will. He looks at me, stares at me, trying to find a single ounce of doubt. You wouldn't do that. And so, I walk up to him, crouching down, lowering absolutely everything that as an alpha I thought would be impossible if the Deku I knew in the past was the same now. But he's not, and if he changed and I'm still so DMN crazy for him, then it's okay if I change too. Oh my dash, no. What are you doing? Stops, taking my shoulders, preventing me from getting fully onto my knees. I said I'd do it if I need it. But you wouldn't do that. Well, I'm doing it now, I tell him, not letting his hand stop me, getting down on both of my knees, taking one of his hands and looking up at him. You want to feel superior. Well, you are. You still think you know me that well. You still think I can't change for you. 'Cause I think I can. 3. Just, teach me how to be the way you need me to be. All I'm asking you is patience. Nothing you know now I know it, okay? Please, teach me to be a good alpha for you. Kaminari, I met Izuku in high school. The way he used to be was so different from now. He used to be scared of everything and everyone. He didn't talk to almost anyone, he ate alone, he'd lock himself in his bedroom and do nothing but literally make it through the day. Many of the people there taught he did that on purpose, fake his fear, his anxiety, his panic attacks when alphas were in front of him. I knew he hated school, it wasn't hard to tell. He hated the fact he went there thinking it would be a safe, loving place where he could be greeted by omegas who'd make him accept and love his gender. But as soon as the first alpha showed up, he almost wished to grab his stuff and run away. Actually, he did that. The day he tried to run away, the first on the list took him by force. They induced him into a forced heat. It's not used to say it, but it was quite clear they abused of him. Leaving out a story that isn't my right to tell, when all of it was over, they took him back to his room while he was still asleep, and I happened to be coming from the bathrooms and saw them. It was there when I went to ask him what had happened, if he was all right, if they did something to him. We talked about a lot of things, and from then on we've been together, always the two of us going through the SHT. One day he told me why he decided to go to that school, and so talked about Bakugo. He said he didn't like alphas because of him, he feared and hated them since middle school after all he did. With the passage of time into the school that hatred for alphas grew, and it was so big at one time that one day, at its maximum point, he just stopped feeling one single thing for all of them. I know being with Bakugo brings him emotions he don't like to feel. I know giving him a chance to mate wasn't because he needs it. I know making the decision to let him into his life again wasn't because Bakugo asked him so. Midoriya just wants to forgive him for everything he went through because of him. And I also know that, in his head, he refuses so much to do so, cause his forgiveness would mean forgiving every alpha who hurt him as well. He doesn't want to forgive them. He wants them to pay, to suffer, to wish they hadn't been born for everything they did. Being with Bakugo can make him just let all that go. And that's exactly what I don't want. I know it's none of my business the decisions he makes, what's best for his past, his present and his future, but I just don't want an alpha, especially him, to hurt him more than he already did. That's why I wait for him here on the stairs of his building, cause as soon as he gets here, or at least that dipshit shows some decency to take him back home and leave him once and for all. Just be here for him. His decisions don't concern me, I just have to support them all. I take a deep breath, pulling out my phone as I wait as long as it takes, looking at a recent text message there. Kirishima, and how YA feel about it? I let myself feel a small smile. I was telling him I just left Izuku with that but and returned to Inko's house. Me, actually, weird. Me, I don't quite like your buddy. Kirishima, hahaha makes sense. Not many people like him. Me, and why you do, here. Kirishima, it's not like I had a choice. I was 15 when I met him, you know. Being popular was in my goals since middle school, so. Me, haha wow, you make such a wonderful decisions Kirishima, hahaha Kirishima, but. Well, he has good times, you know. Kirishima, he's not an but 24/7 of the time, really me, I doubt it. Kirishima, hahaha no, really. Kirishima, he has many good things, although not many get to see them me. I'm one of those 𝐒𝐿 I've seen like one good thing in all this time me, and just because he hit with the black coffee, otherwise would be zero Kirishima, hahaha Kirishima, Kirishima, come on Denki, really, I know he doesn't look like but. Kirishima, he's a good man. I take a deep breath, looking up at the sky. I want to believe it, I really do, but. There has been literally nothing good I can see in him. Not in his energy, nor his heart, nor his actions. And I don't know if it's just this chip I have for wanting to take care of that Omega I saw all broken since the first moment I spoke to him, but I just can't see him with someone my brain screams to get him away from. I sigh, wincing, going back to the phone and typing a reply to that other dumb. I don't even type halfway though, cause as soon as I hear a car parking here outside the wall of the entrance of the buildings, I stop, trying to figure out if it's him or not. The car doors open, footsteps are heard to then hear the voice of my Omega. I guess it's better if you go back to school now. And his tone takes me completely by surprise. Let me take you back, Deku. If you want to rest some more days I can stay with the hag or go and come back, as you wish, but let me take you back and be sure you're on your dorm safe. He must be kidding me. I step forward, rage burning all my DMN head. But I stop when I hear him speak again. I'd like to talk about this with Denki before, and if he's not okay with this. Deku, I know stops, sighing. I won't make any decision without talking to you about it. First, I just think that if he doesn't agree, would be better if you give him some time. For my own sake. He does, pausing after. Well, if that's the best for you, it's fine for me. Oh, shut up you two-face st shut up. 3 or, speaks again, I take a step forward to face him and rip his vocal cords, I can talk to him myself. I stop. With Kaminari. Midoriya tells him, surprised. I don't blame him, I'm the same. Does the son of a beach. At the end of the day I'm the one who has to show loyalty to you, and if I have to have his too, then I'll get it. Is he upstairs with Inko? I'll go ask him to listen to me. 1 no. He stops him, pauses. Here. I don't think that's such a good idea. Why? Cause he hates me to the guts. I already know that, Deku, chill your butt, it's really okay. Bakugo. It's fine, he says, his voice low and disgusting for my stomach, wanting to throw up in his face. Really? I want to do this for you. You're not the one who owes him explanations, it's me. You sure? Whispers back, doubtfully. Murmurs too, leaving a small pause in the silence. I don't even wanna dim and see. I'm sure his grabbing my babe's neck cause murmurs something I don't hear, and then I get to smell the delicious scent of my boy. I wanna throw up. I want to beat him to a pulp. Okay, Midoriya whispers last, before hearing footsteps again. So for my surprise move I just stand here, one eyebrow raised and arms crossed over my chest, waiting for the right moment of they stepping 1 foot inside the place. And as soon as they do, the face of my baby is the first thing that makes me almost fall on my butt. His eyes. They're not as colorless as they were when I left him there. On the contrary, seems like They even shine a little bit. Phuck, what did this DMN dipshit do to him? Denki, he whispers, totally surprised, leaving the alpha's side to walk towards me, standing in front to ask, what are you doing here, baby? It's super cold, why you didn't go home? I wanted to wait for you, I say dryly, looking at that piece of poop. In case you needed me to get a piece of 𝐻T off you. My baby smiles a bit, so sensitive I can swear he wanna cry, if it weren't for that alpha's sigh, putting his hands on his own hips, watching me. Well, I guess you already overheard everything we said, so don't be a pain in the butt and gimme some of your such a valuable time. Bakugo. Midoriya warns him, with a look that yells at him not to talk to me that way. He raises his hands in innocence. It'll be the most unpleasant thing I'll say, I promise. Anyway, you can stay and listen, I have no problem with it. He grimaces, looking from me to him for a couple of secs, trying to make up his mind. However, at not having one, I'm the one who sighs, rolls my eyes, and says, it's okay, babe. 1 minute will be enough for me. There's nothing in the world that can make him be any other than what I know he is, a son of a beach. Denki, it's fine, really I assure, taking his cheeks, barely noticing they've gained some color, thank God he's not that pale anymore. It's only fair he gets to be the one growing some ball with me. I wanna hear the 𝐻T he has to say. Izuku sees in my eyes complete security and a bit of ready violence too if necessary, nodding then, leaving a little kiss on my cheek and saying thanks with his eyes. Want me to give you some privacy? He whispers. I shrug. You're the boss here, babe. He opens his mouth to say something, but thinks about it for a sec. It is then the idiot who says, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was worried about you, I told her you'd call to let her know you're okay. Oh, he says, nodding, sounding then like a good option to be close but give us privacy as well. Okay, I'll call her. We both do, nodding for him to walk away just a few feet, pulling out his phone. So I stand here, staring the alpha in front, crossing my arms, waiting for 𝐻T to come out of his mouth. He narrows his eyes for a sec, looking up at the sky, trying to find or adjust his thing lecture. As soon as he seems to have something, speaks. Or rather, asks, you remember the day we met? I frown, definitely not expecting that. Yeah, what about that? How long did it take for me to ask you about him? About Deku? Literally nothing, you crazy 𝐻T. He sighs, taking his forehead, forcing himself to breathe and not do or say a single thing that could make him lose everything he just built with my boy. You're right. It was nothing. Which means that after 3 whole years, Kaminari, there hasn't been a moment when a single word didn't bring me memories back. I used to think about him like a maniac, you hear? Admits, taking a step forward. Every DMN second that a single thing reminded me of him, I had this need to know if it was something related to Deku. He pauses for a second, takes a breath, and continues. Listen, I don't know how much you know about us, or about me, but I need you to know that I'm no more the one he had in his memory. And it's definitely not because I've changed, I'm aware I keep doing 𝐻Ts without thinking, but the difference now is I'm willing to being told those 𝐻Ts and if he doesn't like that, then I'll stop doing so. I promised him I'd leave the 𝐻T behind, that I am willing for him to point out, show me, teach me and explain to me what I am doing wrong and how to do it right. What I did to him in the past has no forgiveness, I know and admit it. But I swear on my own life that every demon second of my days I'll make it up to him in every demon way I can. I look into his eyes. There's no way I can tell he's lying, but with all the hate I still have for him, I can't just trust him either. I still think it's pure bullshit, Bakugo. No matter how hard you try to convince me now, I won't believe in you until your actions do. He sighs, lowering his head as he nods, taking that as my final answer. As soon as I move an inch to get him out of my sight, he stops me again by returning to speak. Shitty hair, I mean, Kirishima, he once wanted to leave the pack. I fed an omega he intended to mate. My eyebrows go up automatically from the impression, making my body stay on the tattle. I told him I went too far, and promised him I wouldn't do it again. He Took some days thinking about stay with us or not, cause he didn't believe in my words. So one time, I heard he had been having troubles with a heavy pack that used to be on a corner on the way to his neighborhood. They bothered him because by not rubbing our wrists they assumed he had no pack anymore. Since that day I silently followed him until I could see he passed that corner with no probs, then I returned home. One day those SHs tried to use him as a punching bag, took him between two sons of AF and started kicking him. I ran, and had no option but to fight back the 6 FRs. So, he grabs the edge of his shirt and, surprisingly, pulls it up. These scars are from that day and points, even though he doesn't see them, knows exactly the location of each one, saying at the same time, they bit me twice here in the arm, they stabbed me in the abs, got their claws here in my chest and also opened my skin pretty gross on the ribs. When I was able to get the SHT out of them back and tried to get us out of there, a BSTRD pulled out a gun and tried to shoot Kirishima. I tossed him and thank God just shot him in the shoulder, but the second one hit me here. And turns a bit, the scar on his back, pointing and then lowering his shirt back to see me again. By then we were able to turn the corner and shake them off. It was then when he realized the value of my words, and that promise I made to him by saying my loyalty is with him even if he decided to leave the pack. I know my words make people doubt, that's why I don't ask anyone to trust what I promise when they don't know yet that I do whatever it takes to fulfill it. I know since that time I'm really bad at making people trust my word, cause I know it doesn't sound real until I prove otherwise with my actions. That's why I'm not asking you to trust me, Kaminari. I only ask you to let me keep that promise to Deku. I look at his eyes, I listen to his words, I try to give him some benefit by talking about something I do can corroborate. I've seen the scar on Kirishima's shoulder, he told me himself it was a street shot, but the truth is at that moment we were super corny and fed 2 secs later, so wasn't the time to tell the whole story. I take a deep breath, look up at the sky, searching for an answer that I don't find until I see my Aizu there, taking the phone away his ear, sighing, and then smiling. I haven't seen him genuinely smile since we left campus 2 days ago. I won't trust you, Bakugo. Not until I see my Omega have a smile every diamond second he sees you. One single wrong move, Bakugo, I tell him, hard and concise, pointing a finger wanting to stick into one of those eyes of his, just one, and I swear I'll leave you the F out. Am I clear? He sighs, looks me straight in the eye and, nodding like a soldier, says, yeah, that was clear enough. You sure you'll be okay? I whisper to my Doria, he's all exhausted for the trip back, the day, the emotions, everything, putting the blanket on his body to have a well-deserved nap. I can stay and eat something, just the 2 of us, really. He shakes his head, closing his eyes and muttering, nah, go F and get me my rice. I chuckle, roll my eyes, and giving him a final peck on his forehead, I stand up to leave the dorm. I close the door as quietly as possible, pulling out my phone with the intention of typing Kirishima I'm on my way down. However, as soon as I take 2 steps, the elevator's doors open and he steps out. What were you doing here? I ask, confused. I thought you were downstairs. What kind of alpha would I be if I didn't come all the way to your door? I huff, rolling my eyes, looking at him coming at me, leaning down to leave a little kiss on my cheek, ruffle my hair and ask, how are you? Are you feeling better? I nod, walking then to the elevator with him, giving him glances as I say, well, they were hard days. Izuku was real bad, I haven't seen him that way since so long, you know. So, well, yeah, it was exhausting but now he's so much better, so I'm fine if he's fine. I'm happy for you both, then. If it worked for you to leave me all but worried for 2 whole days, then it's fine. I chuckle, shaking my head, feeling us go down into the cubicle. Have you been through that? Through what? I ask, confused. Bad days like that. Oh. I say, a little surprised. Oh, well, yeah, one time, yeah. Because of love. I chuckle, shaking my head. Rather, for not having it. He frowns, his eyes boring into mine. What do you mean? There was a time when everything happening back then in high school had me so distressed. I had a horrible self-esteem, I felt so insufficient for everyone and I felt I'd never find someone to love me for who I am, And, well, Izuku was there for me. He literally put on a whole show about us both getting hit by a weird virus so we wouldn't be bothered and could lock ourselves in my room for 3 days. He didn't leave me alone even for a single minute. He used to say every single second everything he loved about me and made sure I could get to know how valuable I am. That has happened a couple of times recently too, but goes away in a few days. I fully know that whatever makes me be in even the slightest into that state again, he'll be there for me wherever, however and whenever I need to, ready to get us out of the country if I want to, be there and give me everything I need. His eyes still amazed and a little surprised stay here, right in my eyes, not missing sight of me for a single second, thinking about it in the silence. It's not until the lift doors open that he looks away, sighs, takes my hand, and then starts walking with me a hair behind. He squeezes hard my hand, takes long and slightly hurried strides until we left the building, walks and stops in the middle of the grass, under a tree, in front of me and, then, he just hugs me tight. "Hey, what's wrong?" I ask, confused and a little amused too. It was way too sudden. "Nothing, it's just," murmurs, not letting go of me for a single inch. "I can't understand." I frown. "What is it that you can't? How can you have self-esteem and insufficiency issues?" Murmurs. I feel his arms tighten, taking me totally by surprise. "I mean, you're so amazing, you're so smart, loving, empathetic, and SHT, I don't want you to take everything turning around your gender but, you smell so good too." I let out a small giggle, letting myself snuggle deeper into his arms, smiling at those words. Well, not everyone thinks that way, There's so many, and I mean many people who believe all the opposite. They talk about everything, my body, my appearance, my way of being, and my scent too. A lot of alphas say it's so sweet makes them sick, that I'm annoying, that I'm so stupid just because I don't pick up the lessons as quickly as, well, others. All that affects, and I don't want to make anyone less, much less any omega, but particularly words hurts me, and a lot. Especially when they talk about, my intelligence. He's silent for a second. I don't know what he's thinking, what's on his mind, what he wants to say. I just give him his time as his nose digs into my neck, rubbing my skin, squeezing me tight with his arms around for a few more of time, until they're no longer there. Because he pulls apart, takes his hands off my waist and, instead, takes my cheeks, rubbing with his thumbs while in a low but totally firm voice, whispers, "Kaminari, you're gorgeous, you hear? You are really, really smart, you're capable, you're brave, you're strong and, for God's sake, don't believe a single word when someone talks about that scent because I swear on my own mother it's the most fabulous scent I've ever smelled." I feel my eyes stinging, even though I say my Doria is the PP here, the truth is I'm always a hair behind, no matter how hard I try to be strong, to play the one who don't give a SHT, who turns an insult into a joke. Man, I feel everything the same as him, and tears are always here. So this time, I don't refuse them, don't leave them accumulated or try to hold them back, cause what this man just said with all the honesty of those ruby eyes, made me feel so good to not show it to him. "Can I kiss you?" he asks, in a lil whisper, with that appealing smile. I let out a giggle, more tears falling. "You have to stop asking everything you want to do with me, I swore I wouldn't do anything without your consent, didn't I? As an Omega you haven't had that much of a choices. I'm not being one more JRK in your life. Please, stop saying those things. I'm gonna end up falling in love with you." 10 Well then, I whisper, getting closer to those lips I hate, looking into those eyes I hate even more. "Take this moment as my total consent for every single time you want to kiss me." 3 So, he smiles with such a hateful grin, leaving a quick hard peck, to before doing it right, say, "Thank you for giving me the honor, I love it." And with that, kiss me properly. No, really, I'll pay for Izuku's. "Of course not," Denki Kirishima says, shaking his head and telling the cashier to charge everything. "Kiri, don't worry," he says, taking the ticket and my hand to go sit and wait for our food. Besides, says on the way, Bakugo gave me money for him, so. I frown, not expecting that. What? Yeah, I told him before leaving I was taking you out, and when I said where he said Midoriya liked the katsudon they serve here, so he gave me bucks for everything. He fell asleep, right? He said Midoriya looked super tired and didn't want to bother him, so he thought it was better if you give it to him when I get you back home. Oh, yeah, he died as soon as he touched his bed. I whisper, thinking about the BSD's head for having thought of everything even though he's so DMN stupid. I stay silent for a sec, we reach our table, Kirishima takes my chair and waits for me to sit down, then he sits next to me, taking one of my hands and playing with it as he watches how I space out thinking on hundred of things. I let out just one of them, asking, "Did you sometime thought about leaving Bakugo's pack?" He frowns, really surprised. Why the sudden question? Just curious. Oh, well, says, looking away from me to see a point to nothing, thinking. Yeah, in high school. What for? Bakugo did something that hurt as hell, so, well, yeah, I did think about leaving. Was it something that bad? Well, now that I think about it, nah. But at the time it hurt, you know. There was an omega I liked and, well, his PP got too corny one time and fed him. Oh God, I whisper, nodding, my face emotionless so he doesn't know where I'm going. You liked him that much? I was 16 and huffs, amused, he was my teenage crush. I giggle, nodding. You think if it hadn't happened with Bakugo, you would be with that omega now? Nah replies immediately, shaking his head. Not after I met you. I let out a full laugh, looking at him in disbelief. What a smarmy god. He giggles too, bringing my hand up and placing a little kiss there, looking right at me as he says, "What? It's the truth though. I told you already like 1,000 of times, you captivated me since that scent crossed my nose." I think it was since you fed me. Yeah, that too. Cause God, that butt of yours. I let out a laugh, covering my face with my free hand, feeling my face heat up. Shut up. Really, Denki, I swear. The only thing I've done since I saw you is pray to God you finally say bye to all those PP-faced assholes shitty alphas, and let me be your only one true love. I let out one more big, loud laugh, shaking my head, not believing how annoying he got in all this time. 2 days, Kirishima. 2 days and see how sappy you are. I swear I'll get diabetes, God. He then chuckles, takes my hand still on my face to pull it away from there, coming here to give me the first peck without any prior plea, staying close to whisper, "I'm serious, you hear? No matter how long it takes, I'll make you want to be with no one else but me. All those alphas will SCK my but when you get to be all mine, you'll see." I smile hugely, loving every second of this, every word he says, every look he gives me and every promise he so confidently keeps. I'm so happy I found this man. Well, it's convenient to inform you have a little bit of advantage, I murmur, placing a little kiss on his lips. Just because you're good looking. He chuckles, gives me a peck, but says no more. Instead, I take his big long hands, looking and comparing them with mine while, to return one topic back, ask. How was it then that you decided to stay in your pack? Well, says, sighs, and makes himself comfortable, returning to the talk mood. He first swore to me he wouldn't do a SHT like that again, but I was too sus to trust him and stayed mad for a while. I decided to forgive him when he saved my butt from a street fight. They screwed him up horrible and when I asked him what the hell he was doing there, he said he always came after me to take care of my butt until he saw I got my way past the butts pack. I see I do, feigning surprise, swearing to God I wanna run and punch Bakugo's face just because I don't know if 𝐶𝐶 of the most the fact he said the truth, or that he didn't said a DMN lie to get the SHT out of him with an excuse. Did they beat him bad enough? Please say they did. I'm satisfied knowing someone could got the whole SHT out of him already. He lets out a loud laugh, not believing he's still my target. He brings my hands up, places one more kiss there, and shrugs. They beat him bad, yeah, they were like 6 versus 1.5, 'cause by then they had already broke like all my ribs. And, well oh. Remember I told you this scar on my shoulder was a shot in the streets? Well, it was that time too. No way. Nods, touching there, remembering the moment. Yeah, it was. Rough. It was, I whisper, nodding, looking at him adoringly. What after that? Did they try to bother you again? Nope, the next day the whole pack went to a fair fight, we beat the SHT out of them. The next day the Morons went to look for us at school with a bunch of knives and essays, but Zero's dad is a policeman. He fed them all. I chuckle, imagining that, shaking my head in disbelief. Always winning, here. Well, what can I say? I'm a winner. I laugh a bit more, I see him, I approach his lips and, after giving him a short but nice kiss, I whisper, well, at least now I know Bakugo can be an but puts his hands on the fire for you and I hope he does exactly the same with my Izuku. Oh God, I ate like a pig. I snap, throwing myself on his bed, taking his pillow and sticking it to my face. This man's scent is so good. He chuckles, closing the door behind him. Were you satisfied? I say, nodding. It was delicious, thank you. Sure, murmurs, sitting here on the bed as well, feeling his hand on my leg, rubbing gently. You made sure my Doria ate, right? Yep, I left him when he ate half of his meal. That's enough to at least not passing out. I hear his chuckle, pausing in the silence, almost swearing he's looking at my because I swear to God I feel his eyes burning there. Hey Denks. Would you like to take a shower with me? I smile, wondering whether to get my face out of here or look at him cause this diamond pillow smells like paradise. So, still with the fabric on my face, I giggle. Have you run out of ideas to ask me to I don't see him, but I'm sure he's smiling with that Greek god face. After he lets out a chuckle, I feel a slap on my butt, and 1 sec later, he's holding me bridal style. Man, not even like this can't you let go of that diamond pillow. I let out a laugh, shaking my head. Nope. Actually I'm gonna take it. Okay, but just if you let me see that cute face before you steal it. I let out one more giggle, lowering the fabric to my eyes, looking at him there, so close and so attentive to me. It's a gift. I'd give you all the back of my neck if I could, but I'd die, you know. One more laugh comes from the bottom of my lungs, shaking my head and finally, knowing then it is all mine, I throw the pillow on the bed, taking his neck instead and sinking my nose straight to the one who produces that scent. And he pleases me right away, letting out loads of soothing and relaxing pheromones, almost swearing I could fall asleep and die happy and peaceful by having that scent in my system. Please F me now, I missed you so dim and much those 2 days. He lets out a full laugh, moves so that I leave his neck and instead look at him too. As soon as I do, his eyes lock on mine with so many emotions on those ruby eyes that makes me feel like I'm actually dreaming. It's so pure that at one point it feels so unreal. As my Omega wish whispers. He whispers, in a voice so small but so firm I can swear my legs just got weak. Nobody ever said to me my Omega. No one ever claimed me as theirs before. And I can't understand why. He did. My heart beats so fast, so confused, so thoughtful and even a little sore. But I don't know if it's a pleasurable pain. Like that pain you have after having worked your muscles so much. As if that pain means you're doing it right. I don't know. I don't know, and the truth is I don't understand why so many sensations and actions keep happening at the same time he walks. My heart keeps racing even when he leaves me standing on the bathroom floor, even when he slowly, gently and lovingly removes every item of clothing from my body, even when he turns the water on to the perfect temperature, and even when his hands travel over my naked body so close to the same naked skin in front of me. May I know what's on your mind? He murmurs, taking my chin, raising my eyes to look at him. Even though my eyes don't focus on absolutely anything more than those 2 ruby orbits, I manage to murmur, it's you. I know he smiles. I know he does even though my eyes don't go down to see his pretty mouth. Oh yeah. I say, nodding just a bit, taking a step forward, closer together. It's just, I don't understand. And he chuckles. Small, tender, cute. Well, tell me what you don't understand, maybe I can explain it to you. It's just that I don't understand why you're being so good to me. Oh, does, as if it were a super difficult equation to solve, looking at the ceiling, pretending to focus there to find an answer. I don't know, could it be because I like you with the same shine of 1,000 suns? I see him, focusing, coming back to reality. And so, I laugh. You're such a moron. And he instead laughs louder, taking both sides of my face, getting close to me to receive his lips on mine, kiss me tenderly, delicately and even. Lovely. I take a step backwards, causing the water to intrude between our bodies and our lips, hugging him, bringing my body closer to his, ready for another moment with this intruder alpha who sink more and more inside my head as well. I don't know what I did well for the universe to have put this person, this man and this alpha in my path. I don't know if it's one more test for me as an omega. I don't know if it'll be just a stage in my life, a passing love affair, or an indelible mark. I don't know anything, I don't understand why, and I'm not sure at all what it will be. I just know that whatever the universe has in store for us right now, it's fine with me. Izuku, it has been a couple of weeks since I made the decision to let Katsuki Bakugo back into my life. Like 6 weeks, maybe. And the truth is I've thought about so many things that I don't want to do that anymore. At this rate, wondering if I like his touch, his eyes, his calls, his flirty talks. I just don't want to overthink all that anymore. I just want everything to go its way, give myself the pleasure of being praised and appreciated, of having someone taking care of me and, at the same time, giving him the chance to amend that past he once had with me. Earth calling Midoriya. Hey. I do, turning to look at a Kaminari just coming out of his room, a blanket around him, tired eyes. I called you like 6 times, baby, what's on your mind? Oh, just life things. Good morning, babe, wanna have breakfast? How was your night? To be honest, it was a terrible night. It was so cold I only wanted to go to your bed and sleep with you, but I couldn't even get my leg out cause I was icing right away. I chuckle, nodding, yeah, it was cold, but the truth is I just died the whole night with the amount of homework I did yesterday. Thank God I have to do that project until next month. How YA doing with it, by the way? Want me to help you out with something? No baby, I finished everything last night, thank you. That's good, babe. You want breakfast? What do you want me to cook? Actually, I had breakfast already. I made pancakes and left you some to heat up. He looks at me adoringly, runs over with the quilt still on him looking like a DMN penguin, takes out one hand to cup my face, leaves a noisy kiss on my cheek and says, "You're the best, baby. I love you, thanks." I do, also looking at him with love. I love you more. Come on, go eat. Okay, he smiling mutters, adjusting the blanket and walking to the kitchen. I decide to leave the document I intended to read today. I already did a lot yesterday and this morning, I deserve a break. I start to put order on the table, and when I'm about to take it all to their place, my phone rings. I look for the device, read the name and not being able to avoid that DMN smile, pick up the call. Hey! What YA doing awake this early morning, here? Bakugo laughs across the line, almost betting he's rolling his eyes. You know I get up earlier than you, shut your mouth. How was your sleep? All good. I woke up earlier than I'd like but nothing a nap in the afternoon can't fix. What about you? He huffs at the first I said, replying to it, it's weekend, dude, you can sleep as much as you want, but until sunset, okay. I'm taking you to the movies today. I frown, a little surprised. To the movies? Does. I saw a superhero movie you used to watch as brat just premiered. I thought you'd like to watch it. It premiered already. I snap, putting on the speaker and searching online like a crazy, why I didn't know about it. He chuckles, cause you has had your butt stuck in projects, Deku. What YA say then? It's a date. I stop my fingers on the phone screen, feeling this thing in my stomach like every time he speaks in that voice to ask me to date. I playfully mutter, feigning disgust. I don't know. I mean, do I really have to watch it with you? He lets out a laugh, almost swearing he's rolling his eyes too. Sadly, yes. Stop being a pain in the butt and tell me what time I'll pick you up, can you? I chuckle too, quickly flipping to the theater page and looking for available film times. We can go to the 5 p.m. show, so, pick me at 4. Done. Did you have breakfast already? Want me to take you something? No, I had breakfast, but thanks. You sure? 1 cup of coffee, it's not breakfast, Deku. I chuckle, I had more than a coffee, I promise. Does, not believing it. I open my mouth to convince him, but Denki responds almost by divine cause when he gets back here with his unheated pancakes but with half a mountain of fruits and whipped cream, blurting out, "These cakes are amazing, Midoriya." I huff, saying to the phone, "See." Does, a little more convinced. Okay. Want me to take you earlier to have some food? And before answering that, Denki lies on the couch next to me, asking with disgust, "Is it Bakugo?" Yup. F you, Bakugo. Too, I laugh, hearing the other side chuckling too, kinda used to it by now, not saying anything back, so it's a noticeably progress with the two of them. Still chuckling, I answer the question before. Me and Denks plan to order some sushi and watch a movie together, so thanks, but we're covered today. Okay, says, the trace of humor still too. You're the boss. See you then at 4-inch. K. If you need me, call me, okay? Yup. Okay. CYA. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye, says then, hanging up. Where you going? Cams asks. To the movies, wanna come? No, baby, thanks. I'm going out with Kiri today. Yeah. Where to? He shrugs. He said it was a surprise. I automatically raise my eyebrows, smiling playfully, oh yeah. He lets out a giggle, shrugging. Yeah, you know how's that, man? I nod, looking at my babe here, with that cutie face and those pretty eyes, screaming out loud how in love he already is for that man. He hasn't said it though, but I'm not stupid. Plus I know him like the back of my hand. So, just to try to get him to admit it, I ask. You haven't slept with anyone else in a long time, have you? Does, popping a piece of bread into his mouth, chewing and covering his mouth to speak. How much is a long time for you? I look at him, one eyebrow raised. You know pretty well what do I mean. He grins, finishing chewing and looking the other way, trying to hide that smile. Well, I haven't craved another PPS, but it's not because I'm in love or anything. He doesn't even finish. The mocking laugh I let out made him stop and laugh too, giving me a little push. Shut up. What are you laughing at, you dumb? You're not in love. Go take a look to the mirror and tell me you have those silly eyes just because you're dumb, you moron. He then lets out a louder laugh, his cheeks turning red, using the blanket to cover his face. Leave me alone. Oh, my precious baby, I playfully croon, getting close to his face. Look at that dummy face you have for thinking about your hottie. I'm not thinking about him. Does my baby do not crave any other PP anymore? I don't have time to be aware right now, okay? Does my boy left the Salter life because of his sweetheart's PP? Midoriya. Stop it. I let out one last laugh, pulling apart, looking at him with a lot of amusement but also tons of love. Oh, babe. I murmur, recovering from my laugh, looking at how he tries with his hands to remove the pink shade on his cheeks. You know I'm just being a pain in the butt. I'm really, really happy you're doing it right with him. I know he's a good man, and a great alpha too. He takes one more second to breathe, cool his face a little, and then look at me. His eyes wanna burst into tears. Oh, Denks, I murmur, opening my arms to him, letting him fully throw himself into my arms, releasing that salty water I know are of complete happiness and acceptance. I think he'll ask it today. Whispers, crying even more. To be mates. I immediately open my eyes in surprise, feeling that prick in my heart. Course. As an Omega, I am so happy for him to had found his equal, his protector, someone who likes him and treats him the way he needs and deserves. However, as a person, I will never be able to take that pain away when I see him with someone else, for not being able to be what I'm sure if I could, do and give everything to be the one for him. And how do you feel about it? I whisper, rubbing his hair, placing little kisses on his shoulder to calm those confused tears that keep coming out. I don't know, 𝐬, whispers, sinking into my shoulder, causing me to release a bit of calming pheromones for him right away. I swear I don't know. I'm so scared. But you feel good with him, don't you? Yes. Answers immediately. Yeah, it's wonderful, he's an excellent man but, sighs, hugging me tightly, but, at the end of the day he's an alpha, you know. And I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to give myself completely to him, give him my heart, my body and my 𝐒𝐿 with a bite that I'm terrified of not being the right one. Oh Denks, I whisper, my hand rubbing his skin, trying to convey some security in his insecure little heart. You have nothing to worry about, sweetheart, okay? You know love has been in you since forever. If you like him, if your heart reacts for him, if your mind thinks about him and your 𝐒𝐿 wants him too, let yourself be, then. You don't have to be marked just for being his mate, baby. And you know if you told him so, he'd respect it and would never, ever bite you if you weren't sure about it, much less insist on doing so. I see it in his eyes, sweetheart. I know how much he loves you, he cherishes you and respects you in many, many ways. Remember the days when you just had secretary? Even back then, when someone from his own pack picked on you or said something about you, he stopped them. And trust me, as an alpha he just could stayed quiet and let them talk as much as they want about you. But even so, since that moment he had the ball to shut up his own friends. You know on these days not everyone does that, Denki. Not everyone point the SHT out of their own pack, much less any alpha, and he constantly shuts them down. Even though he doesn't have the knowledge to explain them why they're wrong, he stops them. He takes care of you, provides you, adores you and, above all, respects you, Cammy. I know that as a human you're 100% sure he's the one, but your 𝐒𝐿 is still scared of getting hurt. And it's okay to be afraid, okay? I say, gently removing his face from my skin, taking his cheeks and wiping the wetness there. It's okay to be scared, baby. And if you're still not sure, if you don't want to, or if you have doubts, I know he will know how to tell you what's necessary and, if you're still unsure, to respect your decision. He looks at me, a couple more of tears coming out of his eyes, nodding, putting those words in his mind and his heart. Anyway I can kick his but if you want me to, so stop worrying. He finally lets out a chuckle, his eyes looking at me as if I was the most adored person in his life, throwing himself to hug me tight, calming the last thing his mind needed to. I love you so much, whispers. Yeah, I love you more. 1 second. I shout to the door, taking one last look in. The mirror. I run a few fingers through my hair, and finally grab what I need to put it in my briefs pockets. I quickly go to Denki's room, looking at him with a towel wrapped around his body, watching his available outfits on the bed. I chuckle, announcing then, I'm leaving. He's coming for you, right? Nods, looking at me. Is yours here? Too yep. CYA in a while I promise, going closer to leave a kiss on his wet cheek. Call me if you need anything, okay? Anything, Denki. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine. You sure? Firmly nods, calming me then. Go, have fun. Love you. Love YA too. Bye-bye I say last, kiss his forehead and with a smile, leave his room to go to our door. I open, looking so to that another man leaning against the opposite wall, with a DMN outfit that almost makes me wet my butt. One look. You actually bath. He huffs, amused, clicking his tongue and coming to me, placing his hand on the side of my neck, gently stroking with his eyes locked on mine. I wish I could say the same about you but you still smell like butt. I let out a big laugh, giving him a shove. I bath better than you BSTD. He chuckles too, his teasing smirk. I don't think so, Deku. What's more, here, Look, you missed here, let me clean you up. He says, and, as soon as I move so he doesn't dim and do it, he already had his stupid face on my neck, tongue ready to run over my gland, making me automatically release some of my scent. He realized it a while ago, and I can't be more annoyed cause nor even I knew that about myself. Every time he likes me there, my body stops having that retention, releasing my scent. So, he without having to ask me and me mockingly saying to smell my butt, now he does it knowing I can't resist. That's what paradise smell like. I roll my eyes, a grin I can't control on my face too, pushing him away and wiping his stupid drool off my neck. I hate you. Not for so long, you'll see. Come on, move your butt, says, looking for my hand and taking it in his, encouraging me to walk. You ate, right? Yeah, I nod, letting him lace his fingers with mine. Even if I fight him to not be that cheesy, I know it's no use, he's so damn stubborn and can't fight with him wanting to hold my hand. You. I ate, says back, nodding. What movie you saw? How has been your day? I smile, looking at him watching so attentive on whatever I say as we go down the elevator, and then walk to his car parked close here. Still having a quiet chat, he comes with me, opens my door and lets me in, running to the other side to get on and apologizing for the interruption, telling me to continue, really polite and amused, starting the car and driving off campus. As soon as we stop at the first traffic light, his gaze stays locked with mine, and at something funny for which he lets out such a big laugh, he gives my leg a squeeze, resting his hand there, rubbing on the fabric for literally the whole road. Little things like this make a ridiculous and totally cheesy inner Omega scream his head off, so just for his pleasure I let little things like this continue without being a pain in the butt and teasing him about it. Bakugo has been really good for all this time he has been courting me, and has done it real well. I mean, yeah, there's still many topics we discuss cause his mentality is still super attached to his day-to-day being. However, when I let him know, when I stop shitty comments, when I scold him for saying too much, or whatever, he does get a little defensive at first, but as I explain why I think it's wrong, he calms down notoriously, and at the end of the day he really considers everything I said, even asks questions related, and seems to leave what in his mind says is right to take. He has really been making an effort not only in the sentimental part, but also intellectually, and that's exactly why I'm now so calm and comfortable with this new relationship we have. However, what has been giving me a real bad time with that Omega is the lack of physical contact. Cause he hasn't kissed me even once. He's been extremely restrained about it. He has made it clear 1001 times that for him, kiss me would be his complete fall. Not even thing, having me in heat, nothing. He says over and over again that the first kiss he gives me swears will be his complete lost. Therefore, although I thinks it's ridiculous, I've respected it too. I decided it's okay for him to do it when he can't with the weight, give him his time and let him kiss me when his heart can't take it anymore, because I really see it's conflicting for him. Wait, I'll open the door for you, he says, turning off the car, getting out quickly and running to my door. He opens it, waits for me to come out, I thank, he takes my hand and closes the door, and so we walk together to the cinema. I know he and I have our physical and SXL needs, however, I personally made the decision to not have sex or anything related with anyone, so I don't feel like the fault of this relationship falls on me. And the truth is I never had the ball to ask him if he had done the same, cause even if I hate to admit it, if I get to know he still has sex with other people to get off that need, it would completely break my heart. However, Denki told me once that talking about it with Kirishima, he said Bakugo hasn't F with anyone. He said even once Kiri asked for the number of an Omega that could help him with a homework, knowing it was someone Bakugo knew from having fed him long time ago. However, Bakugo said he no longer had his number, that he had deleted all the contacts of the people with whom he had had something. All of them. Kirishima told him it was pure bullshit, and Bakugo said it wasn't, and even handed him the phone to check, confirming it. And yeah, Denki also told me Kirishima was 100% sure he hasn't slept with anyone, cause he also listens how he jerks us off like 20 times a day. So, that has kept me a lot calmer since I found out. And not only calms me down, I think it actually makes me feel really, really good. Knowing Bakugo is putting himself some limits, not only ideological but physical, Makes me very, very happy. So much more than I'd like to admit. Oh my god, that was an amazing movie. Bakugo lets out a laugh, so big and pure it makes me look at him immediately, my heart getting even more excited. God, Deku, keep it down. I laugh, shut up, I bet you wanna shout it too, you loved it. He chuckles a bit more, rolls his eyes but never denies it, eating the last popcorn we had left, walking to the cinema exit. It was good. I smile, watching him up there, with a lil smile on that face shouting he actually had an incredible time. He looks at me, takes a piece of popcorn and brings it to my mouth, leaving it inside when I open it for him to feed me, smiling and chewing. Thanks for taking me here, I murmur. And he smiles even bigger, throws the garbage in the trash can and then takes my hand, puts the same arm behind my shoulders and, close, says, "The pleasure has been all mine, Deku." I giggle, keeping looking at those crimson eyes that little by little become usual, familiar, new for me. And it's just that I almost don't see those I feared when I knew him as he used to be. I hardly remember how they used to see me, and I no longer feel that curse on my shoulders every time I had those eyes in front of me. I like these eyes. I like them so, so much. So, literally unable to control myself, I stop, and he immediately does it with me, letting me stand on my toes, lift my lips and, just barely reaching, place a peck on his cheek. Without saying anything, I walk back. He does it right away too in the silence of a few seconds. 𝐭𝐸 in a barely loud enough murmur, asks, "Wanna have dinner with me?" And when I look at him to automatically say yes, I remain silent for a second, in the shock and the tenderness as well. His neck is all red. A so DMN stupid smile stays on my face, and with great emotion, I snap, "Yeah, sure." "I'm so sorry, really," says the hostess, with a ton of genuine concern. No, it's okay, don't worry," I say nonchalantly, "takeout is fine." On the way Bakugo called to reserve a table here, but just 2 seconds before someone came and took it, so when we arrived, the boy all sorry apologized like 100 of times for not being able to do anything about it. "No, it's not okay," Bakugo says, his face annoyed. With the big head he is, it's not difficult to suppose his cest cause they made a mistake, and as a ridiculous alpha, it also angers him people don't give him what he wants. However, I told him once people cannot control all the mistakes falling into their hands, much less people working for hours, tired and with plenty of people to deal with. The least we can do it's not being one more problem in their LBS. Since then he has noticeably lowered his habit of yelling at people, even though his face screams otherwise. "I'll take you somewhere else, just F it." Bakugo, "Really, it's fine, we can order something and eat at home." "I can't get into your room, Deku, it's late and you know it," says, taking out his phone, ready to call somewhere else. "I can go to yours then," I say, shrugging. They, as alphas, have a curfew to be inside the Omega's building, but theirs has no protection or restriction, everyone can enter and leave their building. To be honest, I'm still not sure if it's protection for us, or school just don't give a F about them. "You sure?" says, a playfully eyebrow-ped. I chuckle, roll my eyes and amused by the total change of mood in a single sec at something I said, I nod. "Yeah, come on, let's go inside to order." "You're the boss," he says, taking then my hand, the guy at the entrance letting us through before apologizing one last time. I smile at him and walk with Bakugo by my side until we get to take a turn. Only 2 people are in front and 2 more waiting for their orders. We talk about what we want, deciding as always for something I like and also something I can take from his food. By the time it's our turn, we order, and just wait for it to be prepared. Meanwhile, I lean my tired body against his, letting him totally relax me with his hand running over my head, massaging it real good in the silence and the waiting. However, it doesn't last enough, because as soon as a single ounce of a particular scent hits me, I go on full alert. There's an Omega there, waiting for her meal, smiling at a boy talking to her but totally uncomfortable, hugging her own body, head down. I frown, looking at the alpha moving closer into her vital space, making her even more uncomfortable because the girl unconsciously releases more stress pheromones at the presence of the guy she clearly doesn't want fing around. Therefore, I say, not even thinking about it, "Wait here a second," to Bakugo, walking without waiting for an answer, going towards them and falsely saying to her, "Oh my god, hi. How long since I last see you?" And discreetly approach her ear, saying quickly, "Need some help?" "Oh, why yes. How long? How are you? Are you waiting for your food? I have so much to tell you, come on, let's go." I try to take her away to make this easy, get him off her and hope for the JRK to just walk away. They clearly don't know each other, and he's bothering her. However, with him being an alpha, it's never easy. "Hey, Omega," says, taking my arm, stopping me. "The F is wrong with you. We were in the middle of something, have some thing respect." "Respect?" I snap, raising an eyebrow. "I don't even know you, why should I respect you?" And already knowing by memory his answer, I hear it anyway. "I'm an alpha, you and me are not equals, learn your place and show the respect I deserve." I open my goddamn mouth, ready to curse him in 6 different ways. However, I don't even get to say him to F off when my own company arrives, standing next to me and saying, "You have a thing problem with my Omega or what?" And the guy, slightly surprised, says still half firm, "Dude, your Omega suddenly got here in the middle of a private conversation, teach him some manners, won't you?" I raise an eyebrow, now fully on my DMN mood. However, I stay quiet, just because of what Bakugo says, takes me totally by surprise. "Okay, you DMN piece of SHT. First points at him, don't tell me what the F to do. Second, he's an Omega, he's not a stupid toy that doesn't think for himself to tell him how to behave, get that into your shitty head. Just because you're an alpha doesn't mean you can do whatever the hell you want with them. Now, if you come with the girl, if you know her, if she's whoever the F, I don't give a DMN. But if she as an Omega is literally yelling at you from her nape that she's uncomfortable, then you get the F off. Who the hell you think you are to be in her vital space even though her pheromones shows you her stress? She doesn't want you close, you idiot, it doesn't takes 2 DMN brain cells to get it. So either way you leave her alone, or I can fix this by beating your face to her SHT. I swear everyone inside the restaurant gasped in surprise, and if it wasn't for the pride screaming in my ear, I would have too. "It's none of your business, nor your Omega. Don't get into stuff nobody called you for. She's not okay with you around," I say this time. As much as I love watching Bakugo in defense, as an Omega I can't allow him to think I can't speak for myself. And if I have to get into a problem to get you away from her, so be it. You don't even know her, you think I'm a idiot. Can you identify I was pretending to know her but you can't know when an Omega doesn't want you close? I don't think so, I know you're an idiot. Look here, you Omega dash no. Bakugo stops him, now putting his body in front of the 2 of us. Don't even think about it. I said we can fix this with a fight, or you can have the chance to leave with your full face. Choose. The guy looks at Bakugo, knowing then there's no way he has a chance of winning, gritting his teeth and looking at the bar. A boy then all fearful and nervous about what can happen, mutters, "This is yours, sir." And as a divine sign, the guy walks there with angry and hard footsteps, taking the bag and, without any other look back, walks to the exit. So, when all the murmurs start to be heard, I turn to the girl, asking her, "Are you okay?" "Oh. Why yes," whispers, looking at me for just a second, before watching at the alpha behind me. "Demon, look at those lovely eyes looking at my company. Did you come alone?" I ask, "You have someone to come for you. I don't want you to go out and the BST to do a stupid thing." "Oh, does," finally taking her eyes off the other man, pulling her phone out, "Yeah, I'll tell my dad." "Good," I whisper and nod, letting her make the call. Meanwhile, I feel the alpha's hand on my lower back, reaching out to me and asking quietly, "Are you okay?" I nod, looking at him. "You sure?" "Yeah, just a little nervous but I'm fine." "Let me smell it, then." I chuckle, rolling my eyes, but doing as he asks. I let out just a tiny amount of my scent, letting him know there's absolutely no stress pheromones or any serious negative emotions, calming him. So, looking at him all worried in the silence, I murmur, "I was hoping to have another situation like this under control but still, thank you for coming and support me." "Sure," says, nodding, looking straight into my eyes. I've never seen you jump for an omega you've ever seen in your life, admits, barely noticing his pride in me. I know you've done it before because I've heard about it, but, 𝐻𝐻, I never saw it myself and, for God's sake, don't talk to an alpha just like that, Deku. It can be dangerous and they can do something to you. I chuckle, gesturing nonchalantly. There's nothing these cutie claws can't cut, I say, showing them to him for just 1 second. He lets out a tiny sound in amusement, however, he doesn't get to say anything cause the girl hangs up the call, saying to us, my dad's coming, he's 2 minutes away. I pauses, looking straight at the alpha. I really appreciate you took me out of that, I was so nervous and if there's any way to thank you both. Corrects, looking at me for a single second, but watching back the other man. I smile, and even though I'm used to this type of reaction, I can't help but feel that thorn when I know how the real situation is like. It was nothing, Bakugo tells her, monotonous, looking into her eyes for a blink before looking at me. So when she sees how he takes my hand, seems to come back to reality, shaking her head and then lowering it to say, yeah, thank you, both of you. How you feel? I ask, do you want me to get you some water? No, she shakes her head, looking at me but checking the alpha's reaction to everything she says and acts. She brushes her hair behind her ears and noticing how her scent suddenly grows slightly sweeter, says, I'm okay. I didn't think someone would defend me like that and looks at him over her lashes. I really thank you for protecting me like that. 5 Bakugo nods, but to her notorious disappointment, he tells her, he was the one who saved your butt and leans over to leave a kiss on my head, looking at me. He was the one who had the ball to take the BSTRD away from you. I just knew that as an alpha he could try to harm my omega, and there's nothing better than another alpha putting him in his thing place. Deku could have done it alone, but I wasn't allowing my omega getting his hands dirty when I can do that for him. However, instead of removing all the hope she had, now it seems is growing her crush. Oh, yeah, thanks too, and looks at me, smiling with genuine kindness. Thank you. I say, nodding, not saying more cause I don't think I have much to say. By then, her name is called at the bar, snapping her back to reality. She smiles, goes for her bag and, with the phone ringing, sees the message and reports it's Dad, he's here. Thank you so much. Really? Sure, we both say, finally letting her give to us one last little bow, watch the alpha for 2 more seconds in the silence, and then just walk away. We remain silent for a moment, but not for long enough cause he thoughtfully says, you're not the jealous type, are you? I frown but still chuckle, confused and amused. How did you get to such a random question? Well, the girl just couldn't stop looking at me and you were there all calm. I laugh a little more, watching him and shaking my head. I wasn't jealous because I understand her thinking. But I didn't like how she was staring at you. He tilted his head, confused. You understand her thinking? I nod. She's an omega. The approval and attention of an alpha is more important in these times than realizing another omega can help you out without making a competition. Looks like I didn't answer him anything. On the contrary, he's even more confused. What does that mean? It's a bit psychological, I start. An omega is taught since their gender is revealed how they should behave. Even though there's the same number of alpha and omega's population, to us the omegas it said we're the ones who gotta look for a good alpha, someone strong, protective and well seen. This, being a supposed goal for all of us, it becomes a competition as well. Who's getting the best, and who's a better omega for it? That's why when we help us out, we automatically think we cannot take that help, cause if we have the same objective, there's no way I can help someone who can take away my alpha. They never teach us this is not a competition, that there's no reason to attack us, that although we cannot fulfill the same SXL functions as an alpha, we as omegas have a way to lend a hand if we need to. But back to the same, it's still difficult to show some empathy when there's so many hate comments between the genders. Especially in mine. That's why I don't support the jealous possessive kind of attitude, cause if I don't like being treated like a property, it wouldn't be right to claim who's courting me as one either. And that doesn't mean I'm not bothered when they flirt with you, of course it troubles me, but hate and competition comments are never good for nothing. It is better to make it clear that as an Omega I understand you, I hold out my hand to you, but if you reject it and also treat me like SHT, then I do have the right to kick your butt. 2 Bakugo stands here, watching me even though I'm done saying it all, processing and making sense of it somehow. I know that as an alpha it's more difficult for him to understand, cause of course he doesn't experience it or feel it firsthand. However, I know that with his own gender he can associate all I'm saying cause he knows the type of comments said out there, and the way of thinking among his own people. That's why, at the end of his moment of silence, says, "The world's pretty screwed, here." And I chuckling, nod. Yeah, I've knew since some time ago. He opens his mouth to say something else, which from his face I feel like it was more of a question. However, he doesn't get to ask cause our order it's done. So we take it, say thanks, and walk out of there, heading back to campus. On the way back he remains serene, calm and also the usual cheesy, taking my leg, rubbing, looking for my hand, rubbing my ear and things like that, talking a little more about the subject, telling him what it's like to be an Omega, how's to be seen by others and also by my own gender. I also explained that I will always defend my people because of the historical context we have, our lack of appreciation and the debt that as a marginalized group we owe. Even when he's confused and at the defensive in one point, he raised the tone of the conversation, but there's always a bunch of words that will automatically settle him down. You're not an Omega, and you don't know what it's like to be one. If it's not your place, you don't have any right to say a thing to me. I know it's hard for him. Super hard. I know it's so difficult after being taught and shown from so many points of hate what my gender is, but the point is that everything spoken, everything he knows and everything was shown to him, was always said by the same people, alphas and betas. You can't hold on something someone who doesn't lives it can tell you. And I know that's why he's trying super hard for me to be the one showing it to him, to make him not only respect me, but to help spread the word, let it be known, let his friends know it or, at least, to stop spreading all of it in the wrong way. When we finally get to his building, we go upstairs so much more calmly, knowing his head full of new information still processing limits him from talking as he usually does. And that also helps me cause, when I enter his room, I immediately feel how even my legs stop working with such a strong smell in here. Because it's not only his, but Kirishima's and also a lot of those of his pack scent in here. Can you set the table? I'm going for glasses and chopsticks, Bakugo asks. I nod and he goes quickly for it. Meanwhile I kneel on his table, taking the food out of the bag, feeling how my Omega's jumping inside with pure happiness at having so many pheromones stuck in so many of his things. I want to take something. I should be nesting by now, I feel my need burning my DMN stomach, but I'm just too embarrassed to ask him for something knowing he'll know right way I'll use it to touch myself. So to play it discreet, I take his pillow, and rub it on my own shirt until I hear footsteps back, keeping it here and using the excuse it's to be more comfortable. I know he notices and wanna ask, but to not be a pain in the butt keep it quiet. On the contrary, as soon as we thank for the meal and start eating, he says, "Hey, Deku." I do, chewing. All that you know and have learned. Was it by yourself? Like, did you do any research or? How the hell you know all that? Yes and no, I answer, drink some water and with a clean mouth, explain. I've read a lot of books and Omega's blogs, yeah, I'm always looking for info about the subject. But, no, I didn't get to know everything by myself, nor did I figure it out on my own. We had a teacher in high school, an Omega, of course, she was literally the only nice teacher we had. She's the only beacon of hope in that school. Without her, I don't even think half of the students would be alive by now. His brow furrows even deeper than usual, thinking of 1,000 of things. SHT, how? How the I mean, what? I giggle, knowing he can't even ask. He always gets this nervous when I mention my old school, so it's nothing new for me. Her name is Nemurai. The school is ruled on 3 bases: basic education given by alphas, SXL education by omegas, and DSPLN is given by both. The basics are the normal subjects, language, math, science and those SHTs. The SXL1, which is given by omegas, was always taught to us like a mantra. They taught us how to behave around alphas, our basic shitty role, and our reproductive cycles. The DSPN was the worst of all, which was the training of pheromones, the alpha's voice, and also the SXLNTRCS. All, and I mean all the DSPLN, were practical subjects. 2. That teacher was part of the DSPLN, she trained us in pheromone retention. She didn't only taught us meditation to control it, but also gave us psychological and spiritual care. She showed us our true nature, encouraged us as to always choose what we feel best as omegas, and as an advice that I took as my life's advice, she said that the way she found to be the easiest to deal with her gender was making everyone believe that SBMSN can also be disguised as control. His eyes stay here, and his hand stopped halfway to his mouth since I started speaking, mouth open for some chopsticks that didn't quite go in. I chuckle, take his hand and make him finally eat that DMN meal, making him shake his head, eat, swallow, and, barely pausing to think what to say, asks, "What exactly does that last thing you said mean?" That means if an alpha's gonna F me, he has to do it knowing that the one who sets the limit is me, not them. He remains thoughtful, looking at a point to nothing. But you've fed like half the world. I laugh. Well, yeah, I want it that way. SXL freedom shouldn't be exclusive to you the alphas. If they gonna see me as a sking machine anyway, I should at least enjoy it, shouldn't I? So every time you F is because you want it that way. I shake my head immediately. Even though I know what that subject can mean, he'll have to know somehow. No, it hasn't always been my liking. He frowns, seems like he already knows where I'm going. So when did you decide to like it? When there were so many alphas who abused me that I didn't even have the time to suffer about it. So his eyes fly to me, locked on ones who are as up as firm. I won't lower my head because I'm not the one who should be ashamed by actions that weren't my fault. What they did to me is their fault, who one day will pay, and the ones who should be shitting their own ball for the regret of what they did. I never asked for it, I never started it, much less gave them the chance to their abuse being part of my life. That's why it's not me who should lower the head. I cried a lot about it when it started, I say, explaining to those eyes up front, screaming for a justification, a reason, whatever, but to be from me. I suffered, yeah, it hurt me emotionally and physically, but it wasn't something I could just stop. It wasn't just SXL harm, it was psychological as well, 'cause at some point I thought that's how it was meant to be. I thought at the time I deserved it, that's what I lived for, that my purpose in life was to serve someone who was naturally stronger than me. It hurt me so much to know that my body was made to satisfy others, that when her words reached my ears, I knew it was time to change everything, or die being just another doll. I let my body submit, to the point where they were the ones being down. Because when an omega asks for something SXL, their instinct screams to do it to please us. I found a way to stop being hurt, until one day I liked what I had to end up doing anyway. 5. I let out a giggle, listening to him whisper one single word with such an astonishment in those eyes that in life had been so surprised by something said by me. It takes him much longer than I can wait, so I give him his time while I calmly return to eat, letting him process what he needs to. He doesn't look uncomfortable at all. He looks surprised, yes, amazed and shocked, but not for knowing it, 'cause I feel like he already suspected it somehow. Knowing it from my voice, however, is what makes him even unintentionally think about it. SHT, Deku, have you been to therapy? I say, nodding and passing the food. Denki and I took intensive sessions in the holidays before entering college. And how do you feel now? Normal, I guess. But, well, SHT, I don't know how to ask without sounding rude, but, were you diagnosed with any mental illness? Yeah, plenty of those. Are you medicating? Not all of them, I shake my head. I've been taking antidepressants for 3 years, and I'm on anxiolytics since I was 13. Denki and I have been looking for an omega psychiatrist, but the closest one is like 2 hours from here, and there's no time for that. I smile a little at his dismay, almost perspiring from his body. Yeah, it's shitty. Deku, sorry, it's just, I don't know what I should say or if I should even say something. I smile a little more, shaking my head and saying honestly, you don't have to say anything, Bakugo. Having heard everything and having the respect to remain silent is more than enough. And he looks at me. He sees me, eyes so worried, so attentive and at one point, I think I can even see guilt. I know it's very likely that he now feels it. That he thinks everything I went through was partly because of what he could have done. However, something I've learned for some time now is that actions can trigger larger ones, but they won't always be carried out by the same person. So, yeah, even though I went to that school under his influence, it doesn't mean that everything I went through is his responsibility. Bakugo wasn't the one who abused me in there, he wasn't the one who touched me being a teacher, he wasn't the one who manipulated me, and he was not the one who put all those traumas in my head. I know what responsibility he has, and I know what each person who harmed me has as well, so I know that as a human, I just can't blame him for absolutely everything. How do you feel? I murmur, leaving the last of my food. The truth is I'm super full. Do you have something you want to talk about? I don't know yet, actually. You know that. Everything you say to me always makes me all stupid and I don't know a damn thing about what it's okay to tell you. Just murmurs, sighs, and looking at me all attentive, keeps going. I don't know, my shitty heart just says to swear to you no one else will touch a single inch of you if you don't want them to. That. You've had plenty of SHT already, and yeah, a lot of it was my fault. I wish I could run right now and kill every single mothif who touched or harmed you in any way, but at the same time and feeling it so much stronger, I think it's my duty as an alpha now to keep you safe, being with you and promising that I will be here for you from now on. My being completely melts. I smile at him, my heart and my omega fluttering with happiness and pride for this new person that I had never seen in my life, much less heard. I see his hands, moving over his legs, eager to do something. I let out a giggle, and giving him a look of total calm, I ask, you wanna hug me? And he, looking like just caught stealing a bank, lets out a nervous grin, running a hand down his neck and, a bit ashamed, says I'm actually shitting for doing it, but I didn't know if it's convenient. Without saying anything, I open my arms, watching how in that same second his inner alpha launches without even thinking to come with me, holding me tight, dragging me towards him and having me very, very close to his body, his embrace and his protection. I promise no one will ever hurt you again, he murmurs, burying his face in the crook of my neck, making me unthinkingly release some calming pheromones for his desperate alpha to take care of me. I swear to you on my own life that each one of them will pay for what they did to you, and if you wish so, I'll be the first one. I promise I pay in the best way you think is fair for what I caused. I smile, almost swearing I want to melt at the way I'm listening him talk. Every time he says this kind of things, every time he swears protection and care to me, every time he shows how important I am, and every time he promises to heal what he didn't leave in me, just makes me melt completely. I'm scared of knowing this man is real. It scares me to know deconstruction exists, that people change and that the person I feared one day may be the same person today promises me no longer be the source of even the slightest of my concerns. I am so proud of you, Katsuki. That's why I run my fingers through his soft hair, moving his body a little away from me, just enough to look into his eyes, see and read each of his emotions present for me, and whisper, thank you. His eyebrows relax, his whole rough face changes in a blink, making me wonder which of those two faces I like better, 'cause this one so cute and confused is very, very appealing on him. What are you thanking me for? For having changed. And swearing the inner proud alpha wants to scream, cry and celebrate all the pride he feels, the only thing he can let out at the end of the day is those pretty eyes to shine, his lips to smile and with it, whisper back, you are the one who changed me, you know. I giggle, opening my mouth to make a joke about it and be done with this vibe. However, I don't, the vibe doesn't change and instead, deepens as soon as I hear a, thank you. 'Cause now I got to be able to hear those three little things for years I waited to hear from him. He already said please. He already said sorry. And he has already said thank you. And as much as I know as a human there's three bullshits to wait, as someone who has known this big head for as long as I can remember. Yeah, those 3 words are an abomination for him to say. And I can't be happier to finally hear the sound of his voice doing it for me. A huge smile appears on my face, transmitting it in him because I see his tender and soft face repeating it slightly too. And it's the mere fact of looking at that cute face after seeing him in so many different ways for all this time since I decided to give him the chance to be worthy of me. What makes me know how damn and corny he actually makes me feel. Without even thinking, my omega moves in the direction of that cute smile, those lips, that mouth I need so bad to know how it tastes, how it feels. But I can't do that to him. I cannot take away that choice, that consent. So, an inch from kissing him, I stop, my heart pounding and flustered by a rejection I'm so afraid to hear. Are you sure you want to? He whispers. He whispers, barely, a voice so small and trembling, with his eyes looking and adoring my lips. I nod, closing my eyes, waiting for his decision. I want to, I whisper. I want you to kiss me. But only if you want it too. Even though it seems like I wait for hours, eternal seconds and countless years since the first day I met him. The time comes. His lips meet mine. So soft, so delicate and so gentle. Like if he were afraid to do something that could harm me. His lips stay static on mine, letting him have each of the sensations I'm making him feel. And the truth is I can't blame him at all. The simple fact of having him here, touching his lips, makes me feel 1,000 of things too. So many thoughts, so many memories, so many emotions. It's overwhelming. So overwhelming. And it's 1,000 times better when after all those countless seconds, he starts to move his lips. Not because he should, or cause it's what's next, but because I know and he knows we both want to feel more, have more, overwhelm us more. His lips feel so weird. I've known him for so many years, I stopped meeting him for a long time too and the truth is in so many ways I thought about him, I never had the time or the need to see him as more until he asked me for it. Bakugo has always been handsome, attractive and physically spectacular. Since literally forever. However, watching him now, grown up, an adult, being a full and complete alpha. It totally blows my mind. Because I stopped thinking about him for so long. I stopped being scared of him and I also stopped worrying about him. Because of that, I also didn't get the chance to wonder what his kisses, his lips, his presence so close and in such a NTMT way would feel like. That's why he feels weird. But it doesn't feel bad, not at all or in the slightest. Actually it's fine. It's really fine. He kisses calm but hard. His lips are big, commanding and protective, just like him. And SHT, not to mention his scent cause. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I swear right now, in this second, it's more intense than usual. Katsuki Bakugo smells delicious. He smells like nature. Like, I don't know, a dangerous jungle, a stormy one. Like, to tranquility and at the same time to risk. He literally smells like his personality. And the truth is I freaking love it. I didn't get to smell him that much in middle school, I came up super late, like 2 weeks before we graduated, so I didn't know how he smelled like until I came up as an omega. I knew it was a good scent, my omega liked it a lot, but at the time I just had no head or mind to think about it any other way. Today I just think that not having this scent for 3 whole years was the biggest waste of my life. So I take his neck, rubbing my skin over his scent glands so it comes off more easily, feeling how both the smell and the NTMT moment make us want to get closer, kiss more and ask for more of each other. I know because his hands travel to my waist, his arms wrap around me, pulling me closer but careful not to let his palms touch anything further than his forearms already do. We kissed for longer than is healthy for anyone, but it's just that after trying, has been totally impossible for us to pull away on our free will. His hands takes me tighter, but I'm 100% sure he's forcing himself to keep his hands busy by pressing me against his body, to keep them from touching more than he thinks he should. He doesn't want to take this to more than kissing. I know it and I know he does too. And it's totally fine. He makes me confirm once again he's really putting a great effort into taking things with all the respect and even more than I myself know I deserve. Wanting to go further after I literally told him I was sexually abused more than once would be the lowest thing as an alpha he could do. Even I being half nuts know it, and it fills my heart with pride to know that even though his PP is yelling at him for some touch, he's tying all his ball to be who I need both mentally, psychologically, and physically. You're doing everything right, Bakugo. Please don't ruin it. 'Cause after having kissed you, I can't turn back.